Good morning. I call to order the 19th session of the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. May I request all participants to take their seats. Would like to welcome the distinguished government ministers, ambassadors, and other special guests who have graciously joined us today, as well as the numerous delegates who joined us from regions of the world. May it be a person here in Vienna or virtually. I herewith declare open the first plenary meeting of the 19th regular session of the General Conference. In accordance with Rule 71 of the Rules of Procedures of the Conference, I would like to invite delegates to observe 1 minute of silence. As the member state presiding over the 18th session of the United Arab Emirates would like to thank all member states, the UNIDO Secretariat, and personally the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Lee Yong, for the support and the fruitful and constructive work during presidency. My thanks also go to the Vice Presidents of the conference who supported and combined us throughout the session. Hosting the 18th session of the General Conference in Abu Dhabi and facilitating the adoption of Abu Dhabi Declaration in support of UNIDO's global mandate was a particular honor for my country. I believe that UNIDO rightfully occupies a key position in the international development system, with its emphasis on scaling up inclusive and sustainable industrial development through the Program for Country Partnership and through its interventions in countries around the world, as well as by stimulating forward-looking international dialogue. UNIDO is at the forefront of global issues, such as the effort to address climate change and harnessing the fourth industrial revolution. In view of the circumstances triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, UNIDO's mandate has now been elevated to a level of even greater significance. The organization's work is critical for member states to build a better future in the post-pandemic world. It is also central to the attainment of the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which are now in jeopardy. Yet over the past 2 years, UNIDO has managed to adapt and innovate, thereby maintaining constantly high level of technical cooperation delivery to member states at a time when they needed it the most. On its 55th anniversary, UNIDO is a proof that our common commitment to multilateral solutions will help member states overcome the gravest of challenges and improve the lives of countless people around the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my appreciation to Mr. Lee Yong of China for his dedication and tireless work during his 2 outstanding terms as Director General of UNIDO. As this will mark the last General Conference for Mr. Lee Yong, I would like to ask you to join me in thanking him personally for his significant contributions to strengthening and advancing UNIDO's mandate around the world in the service of us, its member states. Finally, I wish the new President of the General Conference every possible success in carrying out the proceedings of the conference. Thank you for your attention. Turning to matters of our proceedings, I first invite the conference to take up consideration of agenda item 3, adoption of the agenda. I would like to refer to the recommendations of the pre-sessional informal consultations, which taken into consideration the recommendation of the board in its decision IDB .49/decision 14, recommended the adoption of the agenda contained in document GC.19/1. For the practical purposes, the informal consultations agreed to recommend the suspension of Rule 42 for the first day only, in particular those aspects covering the functions of the General Committee with regard to the adoption of the agenda. I am now submitting to the conference for its adoption this provisional agenda. Are there any objections? Okay, I see none. The agenda herewith adopted. I now invite the conference to take up the considerations of agenda item 2, elections of officers, in accordance with Rule 35 and Appendix A of the Rules of Procedures. To ensure equitable geographical distribution in the election of officers and the elections to organs, account has to be taken of the latest list of states to be included in Annex 1 to the Constitution. The list as of date of preparation of the present document is the same as that included in document PPC.35/15/Rev.1. Before proceeding to the elections, as explained during informal consultations leading up to the General Conference, the General Conference will have to decide on which of the list of the states, A, B, C, or D, 3 member states, Antigua and Barbuda, Kiribati, and the Federated States of Micronesia, are to be included in. In this context, I would like to inform you that both Kiribati and the Federated States of Micronesia have placed requests for inclusion among Asia-Pacific states in List A. Subsequently, the Asian Pacific Group endorsed their inclusions among Asia-Pacific states in List A of Annex 1 to the Constitution. List A being also composed of African states, the African Group issued no objection to the inclusion of these 2 states in List A. In line with Annex 1, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution and Rule 106.2, final endorsement of the inclusion of both Kiribati and the Federated States of Micronesia in List A of Annex 1 to the Constitution rests with the conference. I thus ask whether there are any objection to this proposal. Thank you. I see none. It is so decided. Continuing with agenda item 2, election of officers, I have the pleasure to inform you that the names of the candidates for the elections of officers have been communicated by the chairs of their respective regional groups as follows. For the office of President of the Conference, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Misghani, Permanent Representative of Tunisia to UNIDO. For the Vice Presidents, the African states in List A, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al-Mullah, Permanent Representative of Egypt. For Asia Pacific states in List A, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Abdul Muhith, the Permanent Representative of Bangladesh, and His Excellency Mr. Aftab Ahmad Quaker, Permanent Representative of Pakistan. For List B, Her Excellency Ms. Gabriela Silner, Permanent Representative of Austria, as well as His Excellency Mr. Takeshi Hikara, Permanent Representative of Japan. For List C, no nominations were received from the group for these posts. They will be therefore vacant. List D, Mr. Henryk Chopik from Poland, and Ms. Andrea Nemes of Hungary. Are there any objections to these nominations? Okay, I see no objections. It is my privilege now to declare the candidates whose names I have just read elected by acclamation. On behalf of all participants, I congratulate them on their election. May I now ask the President of the 19th session of the General Conference, His Excellency Mohammed Mezgani, to proceed to the podium.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, Mr. Director General, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to express my deepest gratitude to all member states for vesting their trust in my country, Tunisia, and me to lead the works of the 19th session of the General Conference of UNIDO. I would like to express my thanks and gratitude as well to the African group for nominating me for this task. It is also my pleasure to welcome all participants joining us today, be it in person or online. Also, as I take over the presidency of this conference from the United Arab Emirates, I cannot but thank the United Arab Emirates for their excellent presidency for the last session of this General Conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, it is a pleasure and an honor to me to preside over this conference that coincides with the 65th anniversary of UNIDO, but also with the appointment of a new Director General as we bid Mr. Leong farewell. He was keen during his 2 mandates as the Director General for UNIDO to increase and strengthen the role played by this organization and preparing it for the future, despite the unprecedented challenges faced by the world in the past few years, which still cast their shadows over the details of our daily routines and lives. I cannot but thank as well the elected vice presidents. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Ambassador of Poland, Mrs. Dominika Kroes, President of the Board, for its able leadership of the informal consultations which have paved the way for the success of our works in the upcoming few days. I am fully confident that through our joint work and by remaining attached to the principles of consensus and dialogue that have long been the unique characteristic of Vienna for decades, we will be able to succeed in laying down a pathway forward so as to enhance the role of UNIDO in the upcoming years.
Nous vivons depuis 2 années une période de crise sanitaire.
We've been experiencing a health crisis for 2 years with its social and economic impacts that have been incomparable. This has been a crisis for developed countries due to COVID, with drastic consequences for all other countries. In Africa alone, and according to the latest report of the African Development Bank, 50 million additional people have fallen into poverty, 30 million unemployed, mainly young Africans, less than 35 years old, without prospects for the future. This is a global virus. It has further dug a divide of inequality, which was already alarming, between developed and least developed countries. Even when it comes to access to vaccines, this has fallen into the same trap of inequality. The COVID-19 crisis has laid bare the fragility and vulnerability of developing countries in spite of efforts made in the areas of development and industrialization. It might even push back all progress achieved by said countries over the past 20 years. In that case, what would be the significance and the relevance of our legitimate quest for enhanced security, peace, stability, good governance, democracy, our ongoing drive against organized crime, human trafficking, corruption, and smuggling in migrants? Without progress that drives wealth in a just and equitable manner, and without prospects that are shared by all. History has shown that lasting well-being and global flourishing, in the broadest sense of these terms, mainly depends first and foremost on fair and equitable access for all to wealth, prosperity, and development.
Excellencies, UNIDO is a key element capable with its assessed and experience to impulse and support our countries in their efforts of industrial transformation on the path of the technological revolution and innovation. We are currently in need of a new and innovative industrial revolution that will generate sustainable development, growth, and welfare for all. I would like to conclude my opening statement with a saying that comes from African wisdom. I quote, "When each of us makes his own dream, it remains a mere ephemeral dream. But when we all have the same dream, it is the beginning of reality. Let's make our dream a common one." شكرا لكم على حسن الانتباه.
Thank you for your attention.
يسعدني الآن أن أعطي الكلمة
It is now my pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Leonore Gewessler, Federal Minister for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology, who will be giving her welcoming remarks on behalf of the host country, Austria.
President, Director General, first of all, let me congratulate you and all your newly elected colleagues and wish you all the best in fulfilling these very important functions for UNIDO. I would also like to start by congratulating the designated Director General, Dr. Gerd Müller. I wish you all the success in performing your future function. Please be assured that Austria, as a host country, will do our best to support you in this function as a member state in your future endeavors. I think it's also a good opportunity to say happy birthday and congratulate UNIDO to its 55th birthday. For decades, UNIDO fulfills its important mandate as one of the strong pillars of the UN presence in Austria. And we are very proud of the long-lasting tradition and our successful cooperation with UNIDO in many, many fields. But I couldn't also do this opening statement without thanking Director General Lyon. In the name of the host country, Austria, thank you for your guidance of UNIDO. During the 8.5 years of your mandate, and yes, this makes you the longest serving Director General of UNIDO, the organization has been set onto the tracks of the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and especially SDG 9, to build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation has been championed and defined by UNIDO during your tenure. The organization has helped countries in their endeavors to develop various sectors to the better, not only industry. Austria supports actively the integrated sustainable industrial development promoted by UNIDO, which strives for a better, livable future for our next generations. Director General, you leave the UNIDO, I'm sure with a sad and a smiling eye, but you leave it in a very good shape for your successor. And we wish you well for the future. I wish you personally well for the future and hope we will find occasions that bring us together again. UNIDO has always took a stand and always takes a stand for active multilateralism and fosters cooperation among members and among states. And not only among members, but also with countries who are not yet or not anymore members of UNIDO. And as the last months have shown, and the President has made reference to this, as the last months have shown, in the face of disease unknown only 2 years ago, we think that this cooperation is now ever more important, and we invite all members to cooperate, and we invite all non-member states to join UNIDO at this crucial moment in time. UNIDO is a central stakeholder among the members of the Vienna Energy Club. By acting as the lead organizer of the Vienna Energy Forum together with IASA and Austria as a host country, UNIDO has been shaping the image of Vienna as a platform for dialogue, known as the Vienna Energy Hub. The Vienna Energy Forum involves all the other energy-related stakeholders in Vienna, among them Sustainable Energy for All, and the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Partnership, REAP, with their focus on renewable energy. On the way towards a sustainable energy future that leaves no one behind, Austria supports UNIDO work with regional centers for renewable energy and energy efficiency, with renewable hydrogen applications for industry, and with the circular economy consultations, just to name a few of the recent examples. Energy transformation, without a doubt, is one of the key elements to tackle the climate crisis. And at the recent climate conference, the COP26 in Glasgow, the international community came together and agreed important steps for the implementation of the Paris Agreement. We finalized the Paris Rulebook, we took additional decisions on raising ambition, on adaptation, on climate finance. Many important steps were taken. We agreed in the first time to phase down the use of coal globally. However, we must also be aware that the current commitments are not yet enough and that we need to do more in all sectors to act against this crisis that we are facing. So it's of utmost importance that all countries step up their mitigation efforts in line with the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. In Austria, we have set our goal at becoming climate neutral by 2040, and we're now implementing policies step by step to get us there, actually. These include a new law for the expansion of renewable energy, the new Renewable Energy Expansion Act, a mobility master plan 2030, our pathway to a climate neutral transport and mobility sector, a new climate ticket, a flat rate climate ticket for public transport all over the countries. We support and subsidize electric mobility and the replacing of fuel-based heating for renewable-based heating, a circular economy strategy, and many more. Just a few weeks ago, we finally got off the ground a social ecological tax reform, which will put a price on carbon. The measure will affect, of course, households and car users, so we put in place also a compensation mechanism to alleviate the effects on household budgets. Austria very warmly welcomes UNIDO's response to climate change, to make climate action part of its projects and its preparations to empower member states to take part in the fourth industrial revolution and its challenges. Coming back to the COP26, I had the utmost pleasure to present the UNIDO's global consultation on circular economy, which took place from 10 to 12 May 2021, and I had the honor to co-chair the consultations with Minister Andrea Mesa Murillo from Costa Rica, and I would also like take the occasion to thank her for the excellent cooperation we had in this consultation. One of the key findings of these consultations, and important, you couldn't underestimate that, was a common understanding that circular economy is, on the one hand, clearly linked with current global crises, like the climate crisis, like pollution, like the massive loss of biodiversity, but that circular economy offers a solution for these global challenges. Therefore, we urgently need to work on making our economy circular, and we have to ensure a transition, a good transition that leaves no one behind, to economies that are fossil-free and resource-efficient as soon as possible. And UNIDO's initiative to hold these global consultations about the transformation towards a circular economy came exactly at the right time, and I hope that we can pass a resolution on this extremely important topic this week. The work of UNIDO to promote circular economy is of great importance to economic integration and cooperation at the national, the regional, as well as at the global level. Because I think we have to be very clear about one thing. A 1.5-degree world can only be a circular economy world. Finally, with regard to the report on our common agenda presented by the Secretary General of the UN several weeks ago in the last General Assembly, I think that UNIDO can make an important contribution, directly and indirectly, to the preparation of the Summit for the Future and the realization of its target. President, Director General, dear colleagues, I wish the UNIDO General Conference fruitful deliberations and, most of all, successful outcomes. Thanks a lot.
Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to thank Her Excellency Ms. Gessler for being with us today, here at the opening ceremony, and for her opening remarks on behalf of the host country. We would have liked to have her with us for the whole day, but we completely understand that she has a full schedule. Thank you very much for honoring us and gracing us with your presence. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Lee Yong. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. excuse me, President, Minister Gewessler, and also my very good friend, dear colleague, Mr. Muller, ministers, excellencies, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is great privilege for me, and also very special honor to warmly welcome you to the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference. I welcome all of you from wherever you may be joining at every corner of the world. At the outset, let me express my appreciation to the outgoing President of the General Conference, His Excellency Mr. Suhail Al-Mansouri, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure for the United Arab Emirates, and particularly for the hospitality afforded us to have such a successful General Conference in Abu Dhabi, and to welcome the incoming President, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Mazgani of Tunisia, and also excellencies, colleagues, friends. I really would like to use this opportunity to express our appreciation to the government of Austria for the great support, consistent support to UNIDO and to me. Excellencies and delegates, this is the last time I have the privilege to open the General Conference of UNIDO. I have a little bit special feeling because compared with previous General Conference, allow me to share my reflection on the past 8 years and on the future of this organization. I would like to start by going back to the moment of my acceptance speech on June 2013, after having been just appointed to the 7th Director General of UNIDO. I felt deeply thankful for the trust of member states, humbled by the high expectations placed in me, and excited about the new tasks ahead at that time, and grateful for the opportunity to make a change possible. It is my acceptance speech outlined a 5-pillar strategy that guided my work at UNIDO, at this organization. The first pillar, I just would like to share you briefly about that, was called the Direction and Mandate in 2013. As the international community was preparing for the post-2015 development agenda, my first priority was to refine and clarify the direction of the organization. This was important at the time of the international community moved from the Millennium Development Goals towards a set of internationally agreed goals that reflect the 3 elements of sustainable development. The conception of the Inclusive Sustainable Industrial Development, ISID, as a comprehensive but distinct mandate and a wisdom and a vision was a critical step for this organization. Following the adoption of ISID at the General Conference in Lima, in Peru, 2013, and with support of you, our member states, we firmly anchored UNIDO's mandate in 2030 agenda as a SDG Goal 9. The redefined and revitalized mandate not only raised the importance of industrial development and increased the recognition of our work, but also helped to reconnect our mandate and expertise to the emerging global development agenda. That was a critical point at that time. And this brings me to a second pillar, which is about addressing the diverse needs, priorities, and challenges of our member state. UNIDO needed a concrete response to the high expectations of our member states, given the differing industrialization stages and demands of our partner countries. UNIDO's development cooperation investment interventions needed to be founded on a broader palette of services. They came to include industrial strategy, policy advice, convening, and the normative functions, in addition to our traditional technical cooperation activities. The tailored strategies from different countries' groups further solidified this approach, whether it concerned the strategy for middle-income countries, small island developing countries, and countries in post-conflict, post-crisis conditions, or for many different geographical regions that we operate in. And while continuing our traditional support for least developed countries, we paid increased attention to middle-income countries and economies in transition, and supporting them in the areas of fourth industrial revolution, all with diversifying and greening their economies. Another highlight of this approach was a proclamation by the General Assembly of the Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa, IDDA3, which raised ambitions to step up progress of structural transformation in Africa. The third pillar of my strategy, to strengthen and expand the partnerships, provided to be important given the increasing demand of our services. In this connection, Program for Country Partnership, PCP, was an important innovation and a drive greater development impact, bringing different stakeholders together to better integrate UNIDO research and advisory services. As experience shows, national ownership and high-level leadership are important for success of this model. I'm very pleased, Excellencies, about the strategic support expressed by many leaders and the presidents, prime ministers of Colombia, Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, Kyrgyzstan, Morocco, Madagascar, Nigeria, Peru, Rwanda, Senegal, the United Republic of Tanzania, and Zambia, etc. Our approach to the partnerships has also meant a closer cooperation with other UN agencies, UN resident coordinators and country teams, as well as with many international financial institutions and the private sector and other stakeholders in academia and civil society. Our partnership approach has greatly enhanced the relationship that we have with you, our member states, and donor community and the funding partners. The expansion of such partnership is exemplified by UNIDO's recent Green Climate Fund accreditation, which is a really significant step. And this partnership will be critical for the future of our organization as we aim to take climate action to a much larger scale than before. And both to make the internal systems ready for such future opportunities and to maintain the confidence of our stakeholders, it was important to continuously work on the implementation of the fourth pillar, improving internal operation, internal management. I'm proud that UNIDO has been working tirelessly to improve its operational efficiency, effectiveness, and EE. Enhance the quality and quantity of the delivery, Q. And to act as a rule-based organization with result-based orientation, R. And we have important transparency and enhanced our strategic focus through, for example, updates to our medium-term program framework and integrated results and performance work. The first result-based program budget developed for organization, and it is a reflection of a commitment to continuously improve and deliver results for our member state, and let alone many other improvements in our capacity building of the organization, like an enterprise risk management system, accountability framework, and also forecast recovery, ROTC, etc. Many of the improvements have been done. As an international gender champion, I'm very proud of this. I personally committed to engage my personnel to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women. I'm very pleased that I have UNIDO with a robust organizational policy and strategy on gender equality and the empowerment of women. This is aligned with the UN system-wide best practice, and that UNIDO has made progress to meet its policy and strategic commitments in this area. And UNIDO's performance on the gender equality has been consistently increasing. In 2020, UNIDO met the expected 80% of UN SWOP indicators. Colleagues, this is significantly above the UN system average of 68%. Moving from the fine-tuning internal management to the fifth and the final pillar of my vision at that time, now is still a very useful factor. And it remains clear that UNIDO is only as good as its workforce or staff. The fifth pillar of my strategy, therefore, concerns our personnel as our most precious asset. And throughout my tenure, I worked hard to ensure that our employees achieve their full potential at the UNIDO, and they feel secure, supported, inspired, and valued in our organization based on a personal close cooperation and looking at what we have achieved together. I'm very proud of the UNIDO workforce and our colleagues. I commend them for their commitment and pay tribute to the important individual contributions and their passion, sacrifices, dedication to the ISID mission. And Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, reflecting on past years and looking at the UNIDO at the present situation, I'm pleased that I'm handing over an agile and innovative organization that is on solid footing, guided by our member states under the leadership of my successor, Mr. Muller. I am very, very happy you are elected, and UNIDO has great potential to provide solutions to the major challenges of the future. Poverty, unemployment, hunger remain the most persistent and daunting challenges of our world. And triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, coupled with resource depletion, is yet another life and death issue of the future that needs to be addressed now, and growing inequalities and the potential impact of the latest technology revolution, fourth industrial revolution, and another dimension full of challenges and opportunities. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, what is much clearer today than ever before is what we cannot leave economies, the industrial sector, trade, and value chains out of equation when we talk about the people, planet, prosperity. ISRD remains the engine of the economic growth, employment, and income generation. And during my many years travel, I really would like to share you a few pictures, only 3. I do not have more of that. But those 3 pictures really represent my thinking, my vision, my work. I also spoke to women, young workers, not only just leaders, ministers, and community members who place high hope in UNIDO to provide jobs, better their lives, seeing the appreciation for our work and hearing the expectation for our continued support brought home, and the responsibilities we have, and left me with very special feeling that I will not forget. I could tell you about the numerous stories of what I have learned during those travels, just as Mr. Muller asked me how many countries I visited during my tenure. But there's one experience that I will not forget, and that made me think about the impact of ISRD, impact of UNIDO's function on the existence and the well-being of many young women and men. And I would like to share with you my memory of the visit to a garment factory. I still have a very vivid memory, and a good example of how industrial development works, how it changes people's lives for a better and quickly and a larger scale future. And that experience has driven me in thinking of the concrete ways to create the decent jobs, the very decent jobs for women, young people, to employ them in the formal sector and generate incomes that pull them out of poverty. It is one of the reasons why I kept pushing for PCP and the dissemination of best practices under ISRD. Among the people that I speak to was this young lady. You see the lady is checking the quality. Her family was living in poverty until recently, but with her job at the factory, their lives changed. And she now had a regular income that was enough to support herself and even support the family. And also, on top of that, it turned out that she was among the workers with a higher responsibility. She was so skillful, and she told me with much pride that after some training, she is now also responsible for quality control, quality checking. A good example of skills upgrading and opportunities to grow further. So we could see UNIDO's program bring large-scale employment. It's not 10, 20. And also, we help the women and the young people directly to have them in the much better position. And also, later they will become entrepreneurs with the skills they learned. So, Excellencies, dear delegates, the role of industry, industrial development policy, as well as of UNIDO overall mission is also vital for the decarbonization and circularity and a pursuit of a just transition towards a carbon-neutral society. Industry is directly responsible for more than 1/3 of global primary energy consumption, that may be 1/3 of that, and energy-related carbon dioxide emissions, including a hard to mitigate the sectors such as chemical, steel, and cement. Industry is also the engine that drives innovative solutions and increases the efficiency. And technological advances in the sector can shift the production to clean, resource efficient, and renewable resources and renewable sources towards circularity in production consumption. That is what we call circular economy. And after conclusion of the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26 in Glasgow, and the international community needs to put words into action. Put words into action. And UNIDO as an organization implemented with concrete results, concrete programs. And as a new UNIDO contribution to a climate action, we recently launched the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative. And the initiative targets steel, the cement production, which is responsible for 14 to 16% of global energy-related CO2 emissions, changing the way our society is built and can be a game changer to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And the COVID-19 pandemic and its socio-economic consequences exacerbated many of the development challenges and countries that have faced and confirmed now important industrial development is to address them. As the Industrial Development Report 2022 report, IDR, and the ISID mandate plays an important role to solve those issues. The pandemic also reminded us of the need to build up manufacturing capacities in least developed countries that can locally and regionally deliver essential goods such as much needed pharmaceutical and medical products. Since its early days, UNIDO has been concerned with the production and the quality control, transfer technology in the areas of pharmaceuticals. As of 2006, UNIDO has been implementing a program to strengthen local pharmaceutical production in Africa. With the health industry being a post-pandemic priority, I see a unique opportunity for UNIDO to step up its efforts and partnerships in this area. Digital technology and automated processes have already started to change labor market, created uncertainties about the future of work. The COVID-19 pandemic resulted in the giant leap in digital transformation and further deepened the digital divide within and among countries. It's a challenge for us also. The Abu Dhabi Declaration adopted by you in 2019 recognizes the fourth industrial revolution as an important area of work in the future of UNIDO. It is clear that ongoing technological transformation can be the wind beneath the wings of sustainable development and creating opportunities for economic growth and environmental protection. And the fourth industrial revolution, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, is thus another area where I see great potential for UNIDO. We need to harness the digital technologies to serve the world, which we already started this process. Many good examples. UNIDO will continue supporting its member states to build the necessary skills, infrastructure, policies, and frameworks. We will be guided by UNIDO's strategic framework for the fourth industrial revolution, 2022 to 2030, making fourth industrial revolution work for all that we have been developing and updating in consultation with you, our member state, and document GC 19/11, complemented by the conference room paper CRP 7, provide an update description of UNIDO's approach. It is my sincere hope that UNIDO member states support this endeavor to reap the benefits of digitalization and the fourth industrial revolution related technologies as an enabler and an accelerator for achievement of our goal, 2030 development agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In closing, I just would like to thank you, our member states, most sincerely for the trust you place in me and in this organization. It is clear that the achievement of past years would not have been possible without your contribution, your support, especially also your guidance. As the saying goes, with a friend at your side, no road seems too long. And with the support of member states, we managed to walk far. With your continued support, I believe strongly we can walk even further. It has been a special privilege to serve at the helm of UNIDO. It has been a great honor to serve with you all at my side. Looking back at my life journey, I always thought my time at UNIDO has been a valuable part, very precious, valuable part. And I'm grateful for the many rich experiences and for the change that I hope I could make in people's lives. As a member of the UNIDO family and as a head of the organization, I always felt guided by wisdom of Lao Tzu, who is a philosopher more than 3,000 years ago in China's history, who said, "Go to the people, live with them, work with them, and learn from them, finally love them." And start from what they know and build on what they have. Then, when the task is accomplished, people will remark, "We have done it ourselves." This is a humble approach that we should take, and the leadership model I sought to follow always. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud of UNIDO, very proud of this organization. I think that you can be too, and I'm fully confident that UNIDO has a bright future, premier agency in the United Nations system mandated to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development, because currently global task, peace, stability, and development, two important global goals. And as a valuable member of the United Nations development system, we should contribute more. I'm equally confident that of your unwavering support to the organization and as Director General in the years to come to ensure that UNIDO can fulfill its vital mandate, continue building a better future. I just would like to close with a final word. Just now the President, Mahatma Mazani, mentioned a dream, a common dream. Let us have a common dream and let UNIDO to play a much better, impactful role to support this world with our sustainable development goals. And of course, I leave this organization with a very, very strong feeling, very deep feeling, because one side is I appreciate all the things done, and another feeling is really would like to see this organization will be an important international player in the international development business. So I just would like to stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, for your support. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Director General, for this abundance of information and very important data, valuable data that you have provided us with. This is merely but a reflection of so many an achievement the UNIDO has attained under your leadership, your wise leadership. We are fully confident that your work and effort within this organization has left its mark, a mark that will remain tangible in the future. On behalf of the General Conference, I wish to thank you yet again and thank you for all your efforts and work. Excellencies, dear delegates, I now have the pleasure to invite you to follow a video on the occasion of the 55th anniversary of the UNIDO.
حضرات
Distinguished delegates, it is an honor for me to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andrei Nirina Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. You have the floor, sir.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, Mr. Director General of UNIDO, ambassadors, permanent representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by thanking the President of the Republic of Austria, the government, and the Austrian people, as we know that they are tackling COVID currently. The pandemic has lasted for more than 2 years, and it has stopped us from meeting in person. I was particularly waiting with excitement to come to Vienna to meet in UNIDO, and that wasn't possible, unfortunately. Would like to thank the Director General of UNIDO for having held this conference nonetheless in a virtual manner, this 19th conference, which I think speaks to our common desire to find means and ways to ensure social economic recovery after COVID that will be lasting and inclusive, so as to better build our world together. Mr. Director General, I would also like to pay tribute to your exemplary work undertaken since June 2013 to date. Your determination to attain UNIDO's objectives have been made clear through the interest that you have in each and every member state of the organization, including mine, Madagascar. Furthermore, I would like to convey my congratulations to Mr. Gert Müller, the newly appointed Director General. I'm quite sure that the organization is in good hands. I reiterate my country's readiness to cooperate with him. Ladies and gentlemen, the coronavirus pandemic has occasioned significant social and economic damage. Africa is no exception. As you're aware, these impacts are significant. They have even stopped the global economy and development in emerging countries, as well as deepening inequalities. We're still not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, as you can see from the current situation in some European countries. Nonetheless, it is a time to decide to act together so as to build the post-COVID reality. Economic recovery programs have to be designed such that economies can get back on their feet as quickly as possible and more solidly than before, but first and foremost to ensure that subsistence is more lasting for those most vulnerable. With a view to pragmatism, we know that a return to normal might take years. Yet, we're very sure that African countries have the potential and capacity to speed up economic recovery on the continent. For Africa, one of the pillars of that economic recovery is industrialization. The crisis has shown that countries most dependent on imports have been the most impacted. Those with local production, on the other hand, were in a better position to mitigate the shocks of the crisis. Indeed, when it comes to growth levels, COVID has led to an explosion of transport costs globally. This had an impact on the price of goods and services, and it caused inflation worldwide. On the African continent, we have a strategic vision. We want our economies to be independent, self-sufficient. What we're doing in our country is implementing relevant industrial policies. We will locally produce to satisfy our domestic needs and to reinforce our competitive edge regionally and continentally by creating added value. In this manner, priority sectors would include regional greenhouse centers for regional production, which could lead to the development of local branches. Developing our program called One Factory has the goal of equipping local producers. It seeks to breathe new life into the industrial sector on our island and promote local consumption. This is essential for daily life of peoples, and it is a priority, as I've said. All of this is about producing basic goods locally. For about 2 years now, we've been working on creating factories for the production of sugar, cement, flour, so as to meet the country's needs in these goods. For several years now, we've been depending on imports because local production fell short. But thanks to the program I've mentioned and the commitment of our government, today I'm very pleased to say that by 2023, Madagascar will be independent in terms of all of the products that I mentioned earlier. As I've stated, developing this sector is our priority, and thus we are accelerating our efforts. We have projects underway which should allow us to become independent. They include this includes the irrigation of 70,000 hectares of land that's to be cultivated, also creating value chains to increase the competitive edge of Madagascar. And in fact, Madagascar today is seen more and more as a high-ranking producer in Africa, but also beyond. Certain products of ours have been recognized internationally and on the continental level as well due to their high quality. So we hope to see inclusive industrialization. This should strengthen women's empowerment, creating further opportunities for processing, capacity building, providing equipment in manufacturing, youth. This is our greatest boon, and thus we support youth entrepreneurship through exchanges so as to reduce unemployment rates. Through our program, we support youth initiatives, create employment, and emphasize the importance of local crops such as tapioca, as well as dairy products, just to name a few. We also would like industrialization that tackles food security issues, specifically tackling the issue of famine. In the south of Madagascar, this phenomenon is linked to climate change. Here, we will be setting up the first factory for the production of nutritious food to tackle the issue of malnutrition. We're looking towards more green industrialization so as to protect the environment at the same time. Developing infrastructure and ensuring sustainable development, these are two key components of everything we're doing. And thus, we've invested in green energies. Just 2 weeks ago, we officially signed with our partners a project for a hydroelectric electric plant so as to accelerate industrialization while ensuring energy supply for over 1 million households. This is, as I said, going to speed up the putting people on the electric grid in Madagascar. But we're also working with the private sector. The private sector is a key stakeholder in industrialization. Ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure you've understood, we are making strides forward towards our industrialization. UNIDO remains a key partner in this undertaking. And the implementation of the technical cooperation program of UNIDO for 2018-2022. This is a clear illustration of the cooperation between us. We would like to thank UNIDO for everything it has done in its 55 years of existence, including the promotion and acceleration of industrial development that is inclusive and sustainable with its member countries. Friends, let us come together to build a better world. By way of conclusion, I reiterate Madagascar's commitment to work hand in hand with UNIDO so as to achieve our common goals of industrialization and prosperity for our nations. Thank you.
شكرا لفخامة.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Madagascar, for your statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. You have the floor, sir.
The President of the General Conference, Your Excellencies, UNIDO Director, my dear friend, Ms. Lee Yong, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please accept greetings from Kenya from us all. Mr. President, allow me to thank His Excellency Lee Yong, Director General of UNIDO, for inviting me to this 19th UNIDO General Conference. Kenya and UNIDO remain strong partners in our quest to drive economic development and transformation through industrialization. The third industrial development decade for Africa, IDA 3, 2016 to 2025, anchors Africa on a path of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This would transform our continent into locations of competitive industrial production, and we remain committed to the vision of IDA 3, which is consistent with our own Africa Union's Agenda 2063 that seeks to prioritize economic development, industrialization, and jobs in the next 3 decades. For emerging markets such as Kenya, UNIDO's role is crucial in supporting our national development policies. Indeed, through our partnership with UNIDO, under the recently signed program in our country and in Africa as a whole. Mr. President, most of the world is still reeling under the devastating impact of COVID-19. The disruption of global supply chains has disproportionately had a large impact on production, businesses, and livelihoods in our developing countries, most of which are dependent on imported essential commodities. To jumpstart our economies requires us to prioritize investments with large revenue generation and job creation potential. We need to be bold and resourceful and to use lessons learnt from this crisis as an opportunity to rethink our development strategies to ensure resilient as well as sustainable recovery. I would like to invite UNIDO to work with us to rethink our industrial development model as well as our approach and strengthen the conditions that would enhance competitiveness in our industries. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya and several African countries have made significant progress in strengthening the key enablers for industries. A major expansion of the infrastructure network has made the movement of goods and services easier and faster. The enabling environment also for digital transformation is firmly in place, and an enabling business environment makes Kenya an attractive investment destination. We seek to harness this enabling business environment to accelerate industrial development. We further seek to increase interregional trade and value chain supply linkages through the African Continental Free Trade Area. And in this context, we propose to reorient our technical cooperation with UNIDO in 3 distinct areas. The first is to expand the reach and scope of the UNIDO Partnership Program in Kenya. Kenya is working with UNIDO to strengthen operation and maintenance of the Olkaria geothermal power station using the Internet of Things, digital technology. This is an important project which is facilitating knowledge and technology transfer, also broadening the use of digitization. However, to meet the challenge of job creation and the drive for our industrial transformation, we need more and larger digitization programs. Currently, there are too few and too small. The second is to reorient the program towards an industrial model that is relevant for Africa. Structural transformation in Africa points attractive opportunities to new industries such as agribusiness, digital technologies, and green manufacturing, where Africa has a clear comparative advantage. We would like to expand cooperation in these industries as we harness our strong footprint in green energy to expand green industries in line with our emission reduction commitments. The third is to expand manufacturing capacity in Africa. The difficulty Africa has experienced, especially in accessing vaccines during this pandemic, has underscored the urgency of establishing local manufacturing capacity, not just for vaccines and pharmaceuticals, but also for other essential commodities. So let me conclude, Mr. President, by sincerely thanking my dear friend, the outgoing Director General, His Excellency Lee Yong, for his support and partnership to Kenya and Africa, and also his friendship to all of us during his tenure. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Gerard Muller for being elected as the new Director General, and I assure him of my support and Kenya's support as he takes over the leadership of UNIDO, and I assure him that we shall work together to enhance industrial development, not only in Kenya, but in our continent, Africa. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. You have the floor, sir.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, Mr. Lee Young, Director General of UNIDO, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I commend UNIDO for its continued commitment and support for Africa's industrial transformation agenda. The partnership between Rwanda and UNIDO exemplifies this, and I look forward to our continued collaboration. Despite Africa's solid economic performance in recent decades, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed some of our gains. Nevertheless, the crisis has shown the importance of industrialization, both for getting our economies back on track and driving growth and development generally. Allow me to share a few points on how we can work together to ensure that Africa reaches its manufacturing potential. First, trade should be a key component of the continent's strategy. If the African Continental Free Trade Area is successfully implemented, the manufacturing sector is expected to double in size in the coming decade, creating over 14 million jobs. Second, the use of digital technologies should be prioritized to raise productivity and facilitate cross-border trade. Finally, clean and green strategies must be at the forefront of our industrial policy, reflecting the urgency of the climate crisis. Africa's vast resources give us a comparative advantage, but we need to see more tangible results for our people from this immense wealth. That means, above all, investing in people and in the skills that drive industrialization. Let's continue working together to make this happen. Allow me to close with a tribute to the outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Young, for his 8 years of distinguished service. I also extend a warm welcome to the incoming Director General, Dr. Gadi Muller, and wish him every success. I thank you for your kind attention.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for your statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Najla Bouden, Head of Government of the Republic of Tunisia. You have the floor, ma'am.
الرئيس السيد المدير بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيد الرئيس.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, President, Director General of UNIDO, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege and the honor of congratulating you upon your election to preside over the 19th session of the General Conference of UNIDO, which represents an extremely important opportunity for us all in order to consider the important results achieved by the organization in order to overcome the challenges which we are facing, as well as to provide future guidance for industrial development and cooperation. I have the pleasure of once again thanking Mr. Li Yong, the Director General, for all the efforts he has undertaken at the head of this organization in order to ensure inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I would like to congratulate him on all the efforts he has undertaken to strengthen industrial development in developing countries and in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. Moreover, I would like to pay tribute to the privileged relationship between our country, UNIDO. I would like to reaffirm our desire to strengthen cooperation in order to meet the development priorities of our government for the periods to come. President, the period that we're going through is one in which the world is facing profound transformations and changes, in particular through the repercussions of the COVID pandemic. All states are facing these immediate impacts on our people. All of this pushes us to intensify cooperation and solidarity in order to strengthen our common efforts and in order to strengthen industry as a pillar of development. Some of the most important priorities in the area of our current response to ensure prosperity and stability in the future, we're certain that our organization will be able to achieve good results and in order to participate effectively and seriously in the recovery after this pandemic, in order to come up with new approaches which could address the challenges, could overcome the disparity between states and peoples, and could guarantee sustainability so that we can adapt to climate change. From this rostrum, I would like to reiterate the appeal of the President of the Republic of Tunisia, Mr. Said, who'd called for true solidarity between nations and people in order to enable UNIDO, as well as the entire United Nations system and its specialized agencies, to help developing countries in order to face up to the challenges or the challenge of the pandemic and in order to guarantee global recovery for all countries. Mr. President, Tunisia is currently working to develop a national strategy for industry and economic recovery to 2035. This is a new development model which meets the aspirations of our people and of various sectors, which will take into account technological development, scientific research, renewal in small and medium enterprises on the one hand, and also on the other hand, it will cover the importance of integrating Tunisian industry into added value industries. We believe that industrial development is one of the main pillars of the Tunisian economy. This sector plays an important role through the number of industrial institutions we have. We have 5,302 industrial enterprises. They need to expand their capacity for employment, and they employ some 500,000 people. That is why we seek to strengthen this sector and to equip it and to facilitate it with the necessary investment so that we can ensure greater progress and recovery. The efforts of the Tunisian government in terms of industrial development align with the framework of a global comprehensive system, the pillars of which are, on the one hand, ensuring food security, and on the other hand, improving the quality of life of Tunisian citizens in providing them with employment. In particular, this covers young people. Mr. President, emphasizing our strong and unswerving support for the initiatives of the United Nations for sustainable industrial development in order to strengthen the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda in Africa. This is based on our interest in achieving the new global development goals, in particular SDG 9 with regard to industry, innovation and infrastructure. Moreover, Tunisia seeks to strengthen cooperation with UNIDO, to strengthen technical cooperation with the national office for this subject in our country, and this office has shown its readiness since it was founded for its unswerving interest in strengthening Tunisian industrial development through implementing joint projects and programs which have led to important results and successes which could constitute a model, an example to follow. And based on these programs, we would like to particularly mention the project to strengthen the entry of Tunisian food products on the global market, and also the project on strengthening value chains for traditional industries, the project to facilitate the employment of young people in productive sectors through entrepreneurship, and so on. In conclusion, I would like to thank and express my gratitude to everyone who has worked to organize this session. I would also like to pay tribute to the efforts undertaken by UNIDO to ensure that this conference is a success. I would like to wish you every success in your work, in your tasks that you have before you, because this is for the well-being of all our peoples. May the peace of God be upon you. Thank you very much.
شكرا للسيدة رئيسة الحكومة.
I thank Ms. Lajla Bouden, Head of Government in Tunisia, and I have the pleasure now of giving the floor to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to greet the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Inclusive, sustainable industrial development is key to building a strong recovery from the COVID-19 crisis and tackling growing inequalities. UNIDO's mandate puts it in a central position to support countries in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and particularly SDG 9 on sustainable industry, innovation and infrastructure. We need sustainable green infrastructure and industry to achieve a just transition to renewable energy and avert the triple crisis of global heating, biodiversity loss and pollution. We need innovation to support countries in their efforts to manage the fourth industrial revolution and step up digital cooperation for sustainable development. I congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his nomination as UNIDO's next Director General and express my gratitude to outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Yong, for his leadership and service. And I thank all of you for your commitment to UNIDO.
شكرا للسيد الأمين العام على بيانه.
I would like to thank the Secretary General for his statement. And now I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Mr. Colin Vixen Kelapil, President of ECOSOC. You have the floor, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference, which meets at a critical juncture in the history of the organization. Established 55 years ago, UNIDO's mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development is now more relevant than ever before as the world continues to grapple with the unprecedented social and economic crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. A large number of countries find themselves in the midst of a raging war against the pandemic, poverty and inequality, and the impacts of climate change. While inequalities, including the digital divide and vaccine inequity, have become ever more evident. The response to this crisis requires global solidarity, multilateralism, and cooperation. Our experience has shown that the most urgent task is to tackle the health crisis, to ensure a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive recovery. We need to ensure broad and equal access to the COVID-19 vaccines, including through financing, capacity building, and technology transfer. We need more robust partnerships to help confront these enormous challenges around the globe. I am pleased that UNIDO is part of our joint global efforts. We are living in a rapidly changing industrial and technological context where flexibility and resilience are premium for survival. Industrial policy plays an integral role in this regard. It defines how a country produces its wealth. Therefore, it is key to promoting resilient economic structures and unlocking investment for sustainable development. At its core, industrial policy is about putting in place the right incentives so the economy can deliver on poverty reduction and sustainable development. Governments have a critical role in this by redefining relationships among economic actors and sectors to create economic systems where innovation and investment are geared towards meeting the needs of both the people and the planet. This is why industrial policy is crucial for the success of national sustainable development strategies. However, good industrial policy is necessary but not sufficient. There is urgent need for policies that address structural and pressing socio-economic vulnerabilities while also working towards decarbonization, tackling pollution, and fighting biodiversity degradation. Although the need for such policies is more evident than ever, countries have yet to use the opportunity to adopt them as part of their strategy to build a better future towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Technology and financing are two fundamental elements for the success of national strategy, as well as our collective achievement in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. Technology presents enormous opportunities, from allowing small firms to participate in global value chains to producing vaccines, enabling sustainable and affordable energy grids, making economies more resilient. Lack of digital infrastructure and access to technology and financing can, on the other hand, be major obstacles to achieving the SDGs. Renewing our commitment to the global partnerships for sustainable development is therefore crucial in enabling developing countries with policy space and tools required to recover from COVID-19 and advance towards the Sustainable Development Goals. I look forward to working with UNIDO and its member states in the preparation of the 2022 meetings of the Economic and Social Council and the high-level political forum for sustainable development, both under the theme of Building Back Better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I also hope that UNIDO will participate at the highest level in the new coordination segment of ECOSOC early April, where ECOSOC will dialogue with executive heads on the work of specialized agencies and other UN entities in supporting a better recovery from COVID-19 that drives SDG progress and issues related to synergies and mutual reinforcement. In closing, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the outgoing Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Lee Yong, who has confidently led the organization for the past 8 years through a rapidly evolving international landscape. And I congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his nomination as UNIDO's next Director General. I wish you successful deliberations, and I thank you for tireless efforts to realize the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank you.
شكرا للسيد رئيس
I would like to thank His Excellency, the President of ECOSOC, and now I have the pleasure of giving the floor to His Excellency Mr. Wang Wentao, the Minister of Commerce of China. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, Honorable Director General Li Yun, Honorable Mr. Gerd Müller, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by extending warm congratulations on behalf of the Chinese government on the convening of the 19th session of the General Conference of UNIDO. Since its inception 55 years ago, UNIDO has made important contribution to sustainable development or industrial development of the developing countries. During his term, Director General Li Yong has led UNIDO in scoring remarkable achievements in technical cooperation, standard development, and partnership, and also in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, for which China highly appreciates. I would also like to congratulate Mr. Müller on his new position as the next UNIDO Director General. China stands ready to further deepen cooperation with UNIDO, actively support Mr. Müller's work, and jointly push for UNIDO's further success and prosperity. As we speak now, COVID-19 keeps resurging amid increasing inabilities and uncertainties in the global economy. Countries, in particular developing countries, are faced with complicated and challenging tasks in COVID response and economic recovery. The international community needs, more than ever before, to join hands in face of the challenges and achieve common development. It is hoped that UNIDO and other UN development agencies will play a greater role. To this aim, China wishes to make the following proposals. First, holding development as the master key and forging synergy for global development. The Global Development Initiative put forward by President Xi Jinping at the UNGA last September aims to move the world to a new stage of balanced, coordinated, and inclusive development, and carries great significance for the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Industrialization is a priority in the Global Development Initiative. The tenets and the purposes of UNIDO are highly compatible with the Global Development Initiative. It is hoped that UNIDO can support and contribute to the implementation of this initiative, which is open to the whole world, so as to realize stronger, greener, and healthier development and build a world with a shared prosperity that leaves no country and no person behind. Second, pursuing win-win cooperation and building an open world economy. Post-pandemic recovery is a priority of all countries. We must practice true multilateralism, pursue dialogue, inclusive and integration, not confrontation, not exclusion, and not decoupling. China has applied to join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement will come into force on January the 1st, 2022. We will work with all parties to safeguard the multilateral trading system with the WTO as a cornerstone. Third, driving global innovative development with the digital economy and a green development. Innovation is an important powerhouse for world development. We should embrace the trend of digital economy, pursue green and low-carbon transformation, and explore new growth momentum and pathways. China has already applied to join the Digital Economic Partnership Agreement. China will strive to peak carbon emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. We encourage UNIDO to promote stronger international cooperation on industrial digitalization and circular economy, support developing countries in growing green and low-carbon energy, work to bridge the digital divide and foster joint efforts towards industrial development that is green, inclusive, and sustainable. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Chinese Communist Party. The 6th plenary session of the CPC Central Committee held not long ago summarized the major achievements and historical experience of the CPC over the past century. Over the past 100 years, the CPC has pursued happiness for the Chinese people and rejuvenation for the Chinese nation while contributing to human progress and a more harmonious world, making it an important force driving human progress. Maintaining a global vision being one element of this important, valuable historical experience, CPC champions open up over isolation and pursues mutual benefit instead of zero-sum games, instead of isolation. This has enabled the CPC to stand on the right side of history and the side of the human progress. This year also marks the 50th anniversary of the restoration of the lawful seats of China in the UN and the 20th anniversary of China's accession to WTO. China, with its concrete actions, has proven that by upholding multilateralism, it has achieved development while benefiting the rest of the world. We will firmly safeguard true multilateralism, promote high-standard opening up, and pursue high-quality cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative, so as to create new opportunities for the rest of the world with China's new progress. China stands ready for broad-based exchanges and cooperation with the international community through UNIDO. Together, we will achieve win-win outcomes, set up a global community of a shared development, and build a community with a shared future for mankind. To conclude, I wish the General Conference full success. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all.
شكرا لمعالي الوزير.
I thank His Excellency the Minister of Commerce of China, and now I have the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Denis Manturov, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Mr. Li Yong, Mr. Muller, distinguished colleagues, I am pleased to greet all participants and guests of the General Conference. On behalf of the Russian Federation, I would like to congratulate member states of UNIDO on the 55th anniversary of the organization. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Li Yong for his fruitful joint work and the huge contribution he's made to strengthening international cooperation. At the same time, I would like to congratulate Mr. Muller on his election as new Director General of UNIDO. Our country supports the principles of and is an active participant in the global initiatives of the organization. Over recent years, we have in every way supported technical cooperation projects for industrial development of countries in the CIS, Africa, and Latin America. Moreover, I would like to note the high level of openness to our proposal on new areas for the organization's work. One of those was the project implemented over the past 2 years under the aegis of UNIDO called Women for Sustainable Industrial Development. Here, particular attention is paid to the creative industries based on traditional industries where the proportion of women employed reaches 70%. We're certain that there is a need to prepare the ground to ensure that they are involved in the modern industrial agenda. This has been mentioned a great deal this year, and it was declared by the UN to be the International Year of the Creative Economy. We also believe that it is very important to keep the unique legacy linked to ways of life and industrial traditions, which are still preserved in many countries around the world. In order to develop possible solutions, we've proposed 6 different development models for the creative territories, and we've begun to implement them in our country. Of course, we will share the results with all interested colleagues. On another point, when discussing the basic sustainable development trends, a special place is reserved for the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summits. At these fora, we began to raise issues of the interaction of accelerating technological progress and the restoration of the biosphere, and the implementation of nature-friendly technologies, and the principles of the circular economy, and clean production. UNIDO has consistently moved forward on all these areas within the so-called strategic frameworks for forthcoming work in the area of climate. We, of course, support the approaches proposed in this part, and we stand ready to be involved in developing specific measures. We have a clear vision of how we will arrange the entire system for the decarbonisation of the economy. I'm bearing in mind not only greening industry itself, but also developing and launching a set of equipment, techniques and solutions in order to green other areas. This, first and foremost, pertains to energy and transport. And it's with this aim in mind that the government has already approved the strategy for socio-economic development of the Russian Federation with a low level of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. A concept was adopted on the hydrogen economy and also a concept on electric transport for the period up to 2030. In order to implement them, we will set up technological cooperation with all interested foreign partners. This is not just on a corporate level, but on a supranational one too. Here, one of the effective mechanisms could be the Centre for Industrial Expertise of the BRICS countries on a UNIDO basis. We're currently working on creating it. We believe that in this format, we will overcome the existing problems linked to international cooperation on the environmental agenda. There is no doubt that they will be resolved, but we can already see how there is a paradigm shift with regard to businesses' relationship to responsible investment. It is telling that the volume of assets of global companies following these principles has already exceeded $100 trillion, and banks evermore take into account ESG rankings when granting credit where the interest rate is linked to the implementation of environmental requirements. According to preliminary assessments, for Russia, the energy transition will require investment in green products to the tune of around 1% of GDP every year. In order to understand how quickly we're progressing in this area, I could say that in this year alone, the amount of green bonds traded on the Russian market alone has grown fivefold. Today, UNIDO has the opportunity to become a coordinating centre for global industrial dialogue. The participants in this will work together on the shared task of bringing anthropogenic and industrial strain on our planet down to zero. What solutions are required for this is the subject of broad discussion. We can have these discussions on the margins of the International Industrial Exhibition Inoprom, which will take place in July of next year in Yekaterinburg. I would like to invite all of you to take part in this event. Our vision when it comes to responses to pressing global issues is being presented as part of Moscow's bidding campaign for the right to hold Expo 2030. Over the course of 170 years, Russia has been a participant in this exhibition, but unfortunately, it has never hosted it on its territory before. Our topic, which we've proposed, is Human Progress, a shared vision for a world of harmony, and it reflects our certainty that human well-being can be achieved in harmony with the environment. I would like to ask member states of the International Bureau of Exhibitions to support the candidacy of our capital. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention and wish you every success. Thank you.
شكرا لمعالي الوزير على بيان.
I thank the Russian Federation and His Excellency the Minister. Now I wish to give the floor to Mr. Vil Skinari, Minister for Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade of Finland. You have the floor.
Of the General Conference, Director General of UNIDO, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank UNIDO for this opportunity to say a few remarks at the 19th General Conference on behalf of the Government of Finland. Let me thank Director General Lee Yong for his able leadership during the last 8 years. UNIDO is a welcomed partner both internationally and at the country level. I also want to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller for his appointment as the new Director General. He will take the lead in an organization whose role in the contemporary world cannot be underestimated. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development is absolutely necessary in developing countries and emerging economies. Industrial development must respect human rights, especially labor rights, benefit also women and persons in vulnerable situations, and be climate and environment friendly as much as possible. Dear participants, UNIDO has done a lot for women's employment and empowerment. Finland has invested significant resources in UNIDO's gender work. For the first time, we have a specific project with the Gender Office in order to strengthen women's role and gender equality both in the organization and the project portfolio. I trust that the Director General will do his utmost to ensure that the very important gender work gets adequate resources also from regular budget. Finland also pays keen attention to the rights of persons with disabilities. I do encourage UNIDO to look for opportunities to support diversity and disability inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, Finland appreciates the important work of UNIDO in fighting climate change and advancing circular economy. Finland itself has set the target of becoming a carbon neutral country by 2035. In this context, an important global initiative is the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, co-chaired by Finland and Indonesia. The coalition aims to bring climate change to the center of economic policy and financial markets. The coalition has now 60 countries on board and is open for all countries to join. Climate action is potentially a huge business opportunity. It could unlock trillions of dollars globally in investments and create millions of new jobs. Circular economy is one solution to the climate crisis. UNIDO could help the developing countries draft and implement their national circular economy action plans. Finland was the first country in the world to prepare such a plan in 2016, and we are happy to cooperate with you all. Dear friends, distinguished chair, in closing, I would like to say how pleased we were in Finland's election to the United Nations Human Rights Council for the term 2022 and 2024. We are grateful for the support of you and member states. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity today. I wish you all a very successful General Conference.
شكرا للسيد معالي السيد الوزير على
I thank His Excellency the Minister from Finland for his statement. Now, I wish to give the floor to Mr. Nur al-Majid Mahmood Humayun, Minister of Industries of Bangladesh. You have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. President, His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Najgani of Tunisia, I wish to begin by congratulating you on your election as the President of the 19th session of the General Conference of the UNIDO, as well as other members of the Bureau for their election. I am confident that this session will be a successful one under your able leadership. I take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation for the outgoing President and his Bureau members for the commendable job done during their tenure. I want to thank the Secretariat for arranging this conference during this difficult time posed by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which has exposed myriads of global inequalities. My delegation fully associates itself with the statement delivered by the distinguished permanent representative of Costa Rica on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. I will, however, add a few remarks in my national capacity. At the outset, I would like to update you briefly about the industrial development of Bangladesh in recent years. After 50 years of independence, Bangladesh has grown into one of Asia's fastest growing economies. Thanks to the growing industrial sector, Bangladesh attained a growth rate of around 70% over the decade of 2010 to 2019. Even during the ongoing pandemic, which has hurt the global economy, Bangladesh was able to achieve more than 5% growth in 2020. The World Bank is expecting Bangladesh GDP to grow by 6.4% in the 2021-2022 fiscal years. Currently, industry's contribution in our GDP is more than 30%. I am happy to share that the UNGA in New York last week adopted a resolution unanimously on our graduation of Bangladesh from LDC categories with 5 years of preparatory period. Bangladesh is making a structural transformation of its economy by implementing multiple mega projects, setting up sustainable industries, high-tech IT parks, diversifying its exports. We are now implementing in full swing the Digital Bangladesh program, through which digital transformation at national and local levels is evolving at an exponential pace. The nation is confident that under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh is on track to be a knowledge-based development country by 2041. Bangladesh industries have been rapidly embracing the innovation and technologies of the fourth IR, advanced digital technologies, cloud computing, robotics, blockchain, and artificial intelligence are already in use in our industries. However, these new technologies require new skills, strategic and investment to support the industries to adapt to the new era. In this context, we invite UNIDO to strengthen its collaboration with developing countries through technical cooperation, particularly targeting fourth IR to strengthen human skills, capacities, and innovation. Mr. President, Bangladesh values the significant role of UNIDO has been playing to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development and to implement relevant targets of the SDGs in the LDCs and countries in transition. We appreciate UNIDO, our partnership with Bangladesh to improve industrial productivity and competitiveness of the private sectors, enhancing export capability and environmental sustainability of our industries through technical cooperation programs. We would suggest UNIDO to ensure cost-effective and timely implementation of its project in Bangladesh by using modern innovation, technologies, and know-how, and engaging the local communities in the implementation process. Mr. President, we call on UNIDO to strengthen its efforts to mobilize climate investments through donors, the private sector, as well as through the Green Climate Fund and other international climate financing bodies. We believe transfer of climate-related clean and innovative technologies from the developed to the developing countries is indispensable for ISID and achievement of the SDGs. Mr. President, we appreciate UNIDO for organizing the just concluded 9th Ministerial Conference of the LDCs on 25-26 November 2021 as the last global event in the run-up to UN LDCs conference scheduled to take place in Doha in January 2022. Bangladesh hopes that the ministerial declaration adopted in the conference will add great value to the Doha program of action and substantially contribute to the development of an effective UNIDO operational strategy and implementation plan for the LDCs 2022-2031 in advancing the mandate of UNIDO to work more closely with the LDCs to promote ISID, particularly in the context of the challenges posed by climate change and COVID-19, among others. I must add the pandemic is impacting economies of growth in the future. In this context, the role of UNIDO is expected to be more effective than ever in the context of industrial development, particularly in the LDCs countries and in transaction, the developing countries badly, and such will rely on the access to a rate of vaccination, the likely emergence of more dangerous new COVID-19 strains, and any being slowdown in global. Bangladesh acknowledges that UNIDO must stand on solid ground, particularly in terms of financial visibility, viability, and management efficiency to perform its mandate effectively. We could encourage UNIDO to find ways and means in enhance its financial resources to avoid any negative impact on technical cooperation. UNIDO needs to accelerate its efforts to secure new partners and donors, and bringing back the old members of the organization would be equally important in this regard. Mr. President, I would like to conclude by reaffirming the commitment of Bangladesh to the UNIDO and reiterate our full support to UNIDO's mandate as the leading UN agency, not only for achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development, but also to maximize the development impact of ISID. Thank you all. Thank you.
شكرا معالي الوزير على تهانيكم.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your congratulations and for your statement. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Suleiman Diarra Souba, Minister of Commerce and Industry from the Ivory Coast.
Mesdames et Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of government, President of the 19th General Conference of UNIDO, esteemed ambassadors and permanent representatives, UNIDO Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a genuine pleasure for me to take the floor today at the 19th General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. First and foremost, on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, and on behalf of the Ivorian government, I would like to convey my warmest thanks to the Austrian government for hosting this 19th session. We also thank the Austrian government for all efforts undertaken to ensure it is a success. I would like to take this opportunity to hail the leadership of the outgoing UNIDO Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for the work he has done at the head of our shared organization. In turn, I would like to hail and congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his outstanding election to the post of UNIDO Director General. We assure him that Côte d'Ivoire will support him as he fulfills his mandate. I would also like to extend warmest congratulations to the President of the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference. You can rest assured you can count on the full support of the Ivorian delegation in ensuring our deliberations are successful. Lastly, I would also like to hail all the delegations present here at this important session. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recall that Côte d'Ivoire and UNIDO have had an excellent cooperative relationship since 1976. Indeed, UNIDO has greatly contributed to the bolstering of the industrial base of our country through its operational support and strategic backing. UNIDO has always been committed to supporting the Côte d'Ivoire and has done so in the context of a reinforced partnership with national authorities, the private sector, civil society, and other technical and financial partners in order to assist our country in achieving its objective of advancing to being an upper middle income country by 2030. The new industrial policy developed in 2012 with the support of UNIDO has allowed our industrial sector to post an average annual growth of 8.5% over the period 2012 to 2019. This performance in our industrial sector in Côte d'Ivoire was the result of the clear-sighted leadership of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, who was rightly appointed by UNIDO as a champion of the Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa, IDDA3. It would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to express the thanks of the Ivorian government to UNIDO for the honour bestowed on Côte d'Ivoire in appointing its president as IDDA3 champion. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today, African countries are facing significant challenges with regard to incorporating young Africans into professional life and ensuring their participation in the development of the continent. A further issue is the challenge of transforming the economies of our countries to ensure they are strong, industrialized, innovative, and more resilient economies. We must take the opportunity that we have to harness all our energies, in particular that of our young people, to optimize our productive capacities in order to meet our needs and conquer foreign markets. in spite of the support of United Nations specialized agencies and technical and financial partners, Africa receives very little of the benefits of its immense potential, in particular its huge wealth in terms of natural resources and its young population. Indeed, it accounts for barely 1.1% of global manufacturing value added. As a result, it is high time that Africa commits resolutely and firmly to the pathway of inclusive and sustainable industrial development to harness its enormous potential to a greater degree. Among other things, this will involve improving the productivity of our factors of production, developing human capacity, and promoting a business climate that's favourable to investments. And it's against this backdrop that Côte d'Ivoire has developed a third National Development Plan, the PND, for 2021 to 2025. This plan is very ambitious, but also realistic, and it gives a catalysing role to the private sector. Indeed, 75% of the 90 billion euro in funding under the PND is expected to come from the private sector, with 25% coming from the public sector. Indeed, in November 2018, our country joined the new support programme devised by UNIDO for its member states, entitled the Programme for Country Partnership, PCP. The objective of the PCP is to accelerate the inclusive and sustainable industrial development of Côte d'Ivoire, in line with our National Development Programme 2021 to 2025, which seeks to promote the structural transformation of our national economy by industrialisation. This programme is in the development phase and planning phase. A diagnostic study of our industrial sector has taken place. A programme document has been developed, and intervention projects focused on the priority sectors of our National Development Programme have been identified. Here, I would like to take the opportunity to express our gratitude to UNIDO for the tireless efforts deployed to assist Côte d'Ivoire in implementing this important programme. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, I would like to reaffirm my thanks to UNIDO for the trust placed in our country and for the commitment of UNIDO's highest authorities and partners to support our industrial development policy. I would also like to convey my thanks to all our partners who have stood with us since the beginning of the Programme for Country Partnership for Côte d'Ivoire process. Also, I wish to extend congratulations to the Secretariat of UNIDO's policymaking organs for all efforts undertaken in the holding of this conference. I would also like to thank all the high-level experts who are present here today at this conference. And with this, I would like to wish us all every success in our work, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your intervention. And now I have the honour to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Riyad Mazzour, Minister of Industry and Commerce of Morocco.
Excellency, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Tunisia, President of the 19th General Conference of UNIDO, Mr. Mohamed Mezghani, Excellency, Mr. Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I would like to congratulate the Permanent Representative of Tunisia in Vienna, His Excellency Mohamed Mezghani, for his appointment as President of the 19th UNIDO's General Conference, and wish him full success. I would also like to thank His Excellency, Minister of Energy and Industry of the United Arab Emirates, President of the 18th Conference, Mr. Suhail Al-Mazraoui, for his commitment and efforts that have contributed to the success of the 18th General Conference held in Abu Dhabi. On the behalf of Morocco, I wish to convey many thanks to Director General Mr. Lee Yong, as his mandate is ending, for all his effort to implement reforms that contribute to the establishment of effective projects for the benefit of an inclusive, sustainable industrial development. Allow me also to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his election as head of UNIDO and wish him a lot of success during his term of office. My country is confident in his ability and experience to reinforce UNIDO's agenda as the leading international actor for inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, this conference is being held in a challenging context, marked by the ongoing impact of the pandemic on the world economy. The importance of promoting inclusive and sustainable industry is no longer a doubt in such a context. It has become key to generate growth, create jobs and income, and reduce poverty, especially for the youth and women, through the promotion of vocational skills. This challenge has highlighted the vulnerability of supply chains and the need to optimize them by adopting new paradigms to ensure the security, continuity, and fluidity of value chains. In this regard, UNIDO's role is more than ever needed, as it serves industrial technology transfer and capacity building, as the agency is the unique platform of the United Nations system dedicated to the promotion of industrialization of member states. Morocco is pleased with the diverse cooperation programs carried out by UNIDO with emerging countries and calls on it to strengthen and expand its cooperation mechanism with these countries and to support their respective industrial recovery strategies. Mr. President, under the leadership of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, the Kingdom of Morocco chose to make out of industrialization an essential key to economic development. That dynamic led to the emergence of cutting-edge national sectors, such as aeronautics and automotive, which was recently referred to by the WEF as a success story in Africa. Other sectors that were once considered historical, like textiles and food industry, were transformed under the vision of His Majesty the King into real growth drivers of the Moroccan economy. They allowed us, during the pandemic, to meet our needs for food products and protective equipment. The new development model capitalizes on Morocco's assets in terms of geographical positioning, infrastructure, attractiveness, and competitiveness to enhance its economic potential and offer the right conditions for a sustainable industrial activity. It has identified 5 ambitious bets. The first one is to be a digitalized nation. The second is to become the regional hub for higher education, research, and innovation. The third, to become a regional champion of low-carbon energy. The fourth is to become a reference regional financial pole. And the fifth is to make Made in Morocco a marker of quality, competitiveness, and sustainability, accelerating integration into global and regional value chains. The contribution of the UNIDO comes in handy to meet these challenges and therefore realize the development objectives of Morocco. Having that in mind, my country launched with the UNIDO a country partnership program, a large-scale innovative partnership framework lined up with objectives set in Morocco's industrial strategy. As a reminder, the Morocco UNIDO PCP revolves around 6 components with high growth potential ranging from industrial zones, circular economy, Industry 4.0, e-commerce, agribusiness, and energy. Gender mainstreaming and partnerships are cross-cutting components that we integrated in order to accompany the realization of the PCP and make sure the approach serves the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in Morocco. The South-South and triangular cooperation component of the PCP is fundamental, given the commitment of my country in accordance with High Royal instructions to the promotion of an active, effective, solid, and supportive cooperation in a spirit of co-development and shared growth. Today, the Kingdom of Morocco has acquired a significant expertise, and we are ready to share the know-how and experiences learned through the implementation of PCP with other African countries. Such an approach is likely to foster a renewed and a win-win relationship that mobilizes complementarities, boosts economic specialization profiles, and helps the African continent to play an active role in the post-COVID recovery thanks to its assets, its potential, and its youth. Indeed, effort must be doubled to harness the demographic dividend in Africa and transform it into a development asset through investing in the African youth workforce and providing it with effective vocational training. In this sense, I would like to emphasize how crucial it is for us today to secure the support of the donor community in addressing the challenges of integrating the developing countries' economy into global value chain for the benefit of job creation, poverty reduction, and the achievement of sustainable development goals. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا لمعالي الوزير على تهانيكم وعلى بيانكم. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد إليوت هاريس مساعد الأمين.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
فليتفضل.
I now give the floor to Mr. Elliot Harris, the Assistant Secretary General. Thank you.
For some time in the field of economics, development was seen as a sequential process. Societies moved from generating most of their production value in agriculture to manufacturing industries before graduating into the production of services. Manufacturing, often heavy manufacturing, generated not only significantly higher incomes than agriculture, it also created thousands of jobs and drove the process of urbanization. This was the development model followed by most of the countries that developed early and are now among the most advanced economies. It created what we think of as the first and second industrial revolutions. This development model was also pursued by many of those countries that have most successfully converged towards the levels of income and development of the advanced economies. It was also a model that fit in with the rise in global trade and the emergence of global value chains, where countries with lower wage structures could establish a comparative advantage in standardized, often labor-intensive industrial production. That kind of industrialization was long held to be the hallmark of successful development, and it was also long the focus of industrial policy aimed at advancing progress along that continuum. This understanding of development has been supplanted by the concept of sustainable development, with major consequences for the approach to industrialization and therefore industrial policy going forward. Two factors have driven this. First, our societies now stand under the imperative of decarbonization. The pursuit of carbon neutrality raises important questions about industrial development and industrial policy that will shape the structure of economic activity. Moreover, in addition to becoming less carbon intensive, our economic activities must also become less resource intensive. Secondly, the global economy of today is very different from that of the past. The manufacturing sector, traditionally the focus of industrial policy, is increasingly relying on services such as research and development, product design, logistics, marketing, and sales. More and more of the economic value of manufacturing is being generated by these services. The first factor, the necessary transition to carbon neutrality and resource efficiency, will significantly affect global industrial development. Several industrial subsectors are very energy intensive and must be decarbonized to attain carbon neutrality. This is one of the main challenges of industrial policy in the modern era: how to drive the deployment of new carbon neutral and resource efficient technologies and shift towards economic activities that are less carbon and resource intensive, while maintaining industrial competitiveness in the long run. It is clear, however, that a rational industrial policy and a sustainable green industrial development will require major investments in new technologies to increase the energy efficiency of production processes, shift energy production to clean and renewable sources, and shift towards circularity in production and consumption in order to reduce the resource intensity of our products. The second factor, the increasing importance of services in manufacturing, reflects the impact of accelerating technological change. Technological advances have always played a central role in the development trajectory of countries and are especially important for developing countries that need to keep up with and catch up to more advanced economies. Digital technologies and advanced automation are rapidly changing labor markets and the competitive landscape for firms everywhere. This rapid technological change creates opportunities for some, but many others could lose out, widening existing national and global inequalities. If properly guided, however, technology can contribute to reducing inequalities through improving access to education, health services, and other opportunities for enhancing human capabilities. Whether new technologies make developing countries more attractive manufacturing locations is hard to say. New technologies will likely reduce some of the advantages of low labor cost locations, but technological progress means that countries may not necessarily need a 20th century industrial base in order to build a 21st century economy. It should still be possible for developing countries to establish themselves as attractive investment and manufacturing destinations. Developing countries have a window of opportunity to leapfrog to frontier technologies, bypassing older technologies that are inefficient and environmentally costly. Several emerging economies have become active leaders in the green industrial transformation, innovating new environmental policies and actively supporting the emergence of domestic, sustainability-oriented industries. The result may be new development models and new types of economic structural changes associated with the green economy, all of them driven by governments through institutional transformations. Developing countries have the most to gain, but they must equip themselves to realize this potential. Unfortunately, they often lack the necessary skills and infrastructure to do so. Some countries will easily adopt frontier technologies, while many others will continue to struggle to have access to electricity, connectivity, water and sanitation, and basic health technologies. Harnessing the dividends of digital technologies will require rapid modernization of regulatory frameworks in many areas, among them innovation, financing, labor markets, competition, and national systems of technology governance. Countries can achieve this by building and strengthening their national innovation systems to support a faster pace of discovery, adoption, and adaptation of new technologies by the private sector. The pathway for each country is shaped by policy, but the nature of the enabling and supporting industrial policy framework is changing. Of course, it still includes the fundamentals: a robust, productive infrastructure, stable, efficient, reliable policy making, the rule of law, a skilled workforce. Now, it also includes the imperatives of the digital age, a digital infrastructure capable of the necessary connectivity, digital literacy and skills, and decisive steps to overcome the many digital divides that still plague our societies. This has major implications for the optimal role of government in industrial policy. Moreover, the urgency of acting has increased dramatically. After all, the green transformation is the first technological revolution that has a deadline. International cooperation can play an important role in supporting industrial policy, which remains primarily a national policy effort. It can help countries and sectors in the difficult transition toward carbon neutrality. It can support the introduction and development of the circular economy on an international scale. It can support the evolution of sustainable financial systems that provide the longer-term finance for the sustainable investment that's needed. One final point. 21st century industrial policy that is consistent with sustainable development cannot be an isolated policy. It has to take investment, trade, tax, intellectual property, competition, and labor market policies into account, as well as the overall environmental, social, and macroeconomic policy framework. Industrial policy of the future must be integrated across all these domains.
شكرا للسيد مساعد الأمين العام. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للضيف الخاص للمؤتمر.
I thank the Assistant Secretary General, and now I'd like to give the floor to our special guest, Her Excellency Mary Louise Colero Preca, the former President of Malta.
Okay, to go Mario. Okay. President, Director General, colleagues and friends, a few weeks ago, I met a group of young migrants who I had known since their arrival in Malta by boat. I had lost contact with them over the last couple of years due to COVID. After expressing our joy at seeing each other again, I asked about what they had been doing during this time. And surprisingly enough, the three of them enthusiastically started relating about their education experience at Malta's main vocational institute. I was overjoyed on hearing about their ambitions of returning to their respective countries on finishing their education and acquiring some experience in their field of study. I felt so proud of them and of my own country for providing the educational and empowering opportunity to these young people. I felt even more pleased upon realizing that my country's contribution in providing for their education will subsequently be contributing tangibly to the future of their respective developing country. I realized that Malta will be effectively contributing by providing young, enthusiastic, energetic, and learned leaders to some African countries. On a personal reflection of this experience, it is evident that if all of the countries, in Europe in particular, had to invest in the education of young migrants that come to us, we would be effectively helping to promote industrial development for poverty reduction, inclusive globalization, and environmental sustainability. The outcome from educational investment in young migrants would be precisely the fundamental objectives of what UNIDO is all about. One of the most important lessons learned from the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is undoubtedly the importance of inclusive and sustainable development as the way forward for global socioeconomic recovery. It is through the education experience and the empowerment opportunities for all young people that we will be able to build a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient societies. The team chosen for this General Conference on the 55th anniversary of UNIDO and of that of building a better future is most apt. Building a better future for all can be achieved through working together as one global community, united for equal and equitable opportunities. In this context, we must ensure that women will be able to play a major role through effective equal opportunities and participation. Female leadership at all levels, in particular, at the decision-making table, is also key in building a better future for all. No one is to be excluded. This is the only real guarantee to ensure sustainable and inclusive development so that no one is left behind. I would like to stress the need to invest in all children and young people if we truly want to effectively help in the building of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient communities. We need to work together as one global community to build on our children's and young people's aspirations. If we truly want to have a better future for all peoples of the world, we need to accelerate the creation of training opportunities and jobs for our young people, improve their working conditions, and provide an environment where young people may develop their full potential. Be creative and innovative, especially in the development of new and green technologies. We need to support all children and young people to be able to achieve their dreams. In this context, I would like to mention in particular the third industrial development decade for Africa, which UNIDO proudly launched in 2016. Let us not allow the pandemic to jeopardize the progress made on the African continent, as there is much more to be achieved and much more to build for a better future for all the peoples of Africa, and especially for its young generation. Africa is a continent rich in resources, not least of which are its young human resources. Africa is a continent of opportunity. The young people of Africa deserve to grow and prosper within their home countries and not to be constrained to leave their families and their countries to seek a future elsewhere, often undertaking dangerous journeys. I have many a time spoken about the need to focus on the well-being of the young people of Africa, especially through the creation of dignified opportunities for sustainable employment. Such sustainable investment can only happen by ensuring that governments create the right economic environment for the private sector to prosper, and by developing adequate skills and training for young people. I augur that UNIDO continues to advocate and strive to strengthen the infrastructure, innovation and technology, harnessing finance for industrial development, industrial knowledge and skills, and the support from public and private sector institutions that regulate and advocate industrial development. We need to continue to identify those sectors with high potential for growth and which therefore can meaningfully contribute to the reduction of poverty for our young people, not only in Africa, but wherever they live. I reiterate that investing in children and young people is a prerequisite for building a better, sustainable future for the global community and therefore for us all. We must remember that the distance between our children's and young people's dreams and actual reality is action. I therefore appeal to the international community to go from words to action and continue to support UNIDO in its meaningful work. Finally, I take this opportunity to commend Mr. Young for successfully leading UNIDO for the last 8 years, and in particular for continuing to inspire UNIDO during such difficult and unprecedented times. I augur you, Mr. Young, much health, happiness, and prosperity in your future endeavors. On the other hand, I would like to augur Mr. Gerd Muller, the nominee recommended to this General Conference, to be appointed as the new Director General of UNIDO, much meaningful work. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful conference.
شكرا معاليكم على هذا البيان.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your comments. We have had the honor to listen to these preeminent leaders who have participated in this conference. I would like to thank them on behalf of all participants. I extend gratitude to you for accepting the invitation to be present and to participate in today's plenary session. I now announce the closure of this opening ceremony session. And now I wish to open the general debate and give the floor to the first speaker on my list, Mr. Evarist Bartolo, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Malta.
Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As this year we are marking UNIDO's 55th anniversary, the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference is a welcome opportunity to look back at UNIDO's achievements through the years. From this perspective, I would like to express my sincere thanks to outgoing UNIDO Director General Lee Yong for the valuable work conducted during his term, especially in bringing forward the work on Programme for Country Partnerships and other programs of cooperation. If there were any doubts about the urgency to redouble our joint efforts, the setbacks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic have confirmed the pressing need to build a stronger momentum and favorable conditions to implement the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, the General Conference is taking place at a critical juncture where it is necessary to reiterate our resolute commitment to implement the Secretary General's call for a decade of action. In order to be successful, it is necessary to adopt an effective forward-looking agenda. We are convinced that through the appointment of Gerd Müller as Director General, UNIDO is well placed to meet these challenges and to continue to implement its global mandate. Allow me please to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller and to directly convey Malta's commitment to continue to enhance its relationship and cooperation with UNIDO. After 55 years of UNIDO, it is imperative to enhance UNIDO's success in building a better future by creating shared economic prosperity and advancing economic competitiveness, while also ensuring that industrialization is carried out in a sustainable manner. Our joint efforts should take full account of the overarching goal of creating an equitable society. Therefore, through UNIDO, it is crucial to provide value-added assistance by fostering the right environment and employment conditions to enable the whole community to benefit from the wealth created by industrialization. Malta highlights that fair distribution of wealth and the right of workers to earn a decent living should be at the core of our efforts toward promoting industrial development. In addition, I would like to stress that more efforts are necessary to ensure that industrial development acts as a driver to enhance the equal participation and contribution of women in the workforce and society as a whole. For Malta, gender equality is a core component of our strategic priorities, and we remain determined to continue to provide women with opportunities to develop their skills through highly qualified jobs. From this perspective, Malta encourages UNIDO to include gender equality as one of its priorities and to continue to implement gender mainstreaming across UNIDO's whole structure. Malta firmly believes in UNIDO's mission to foster global development and prosperity. In this regard, I would like to reiterate the message which I conveyed during the second African Union-European Union ministerial meeting. We must ensure that the relationship between the rest of the world and Africa moves away completely from being the continuation of colonialism by other means. This message fits perfectly with UNIDO's remit of establishing more equitable and sustainable societies by shifting the focus from aid towards empowering countries to implement industrial development projects which create jobs, improve the livelihood of people, and generate economic growth. Furthermore, UNIDO's engagement guarantees that our joint efforts promote a shift towards a sustainable and green economy. UNIDO's role in promoting climate action through the concept of sustainable cities and decarbonization projects is truly commendable. Also, within the context of the recent UN Climate Change Conference, COP26, Malta remains determined to continue to support UNIDO's efforts to promote clean energy innovation and sustainable growth. In conclusion, Malta would like to reiterate its conviction in UNIDO's value-added mission to effectively enhance the global efforts to implement the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals by providing its members with the necessary tools to build back better together through several industrial development projects. Thank you.
شكرا معالي الوزير على بيانكم. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. I now have the honor to give the floor to Mr. George Bouchessian, Minister of Industry of Lebanon.
حضرة الرئيس، حضرة المدير العام، رئيسات.
Mr. President, Mr. Director General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, I have the honor to represent Lebanon at the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference. We are meeting in a spirit of goodwill in order to implement policies to achieve sustainable development, to recover after COVID-19, and to pursue the fourth industrial revolution. We were supposed to meet this year at this great conference, which was so looked forward to, in a context in which we had, to some extent, beaten COVID-19, this pandemic which has changed our economies, our social systems, our systems of health and education, and our individual lives. However, this pandemic has resulted in more restrictions in Austria and other European countries. As a result, unfortunately, we have been prevented from participating, therefore, in person at the conference. We wish Austria every success in the preventive measures they have taken. The pandemic has affected all countries of the world and has had serious consequences, in particular for developing countries and the poorest countries. Poverty has deteriorated and inequalities have increased because, to an extent, the closure of restrictions that have affected supply chains. All this has exacerbated national viewpoints and worsened the pandemic's negative effects on the global economy. However, we do still face some opportunities to engage in more productive and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, this crisis has not spared Lebanon. Our country has gone through a difficult period which was multidimensional in nature. In addition to the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the interruption to the supply chains globally, which have led to a shortage of medical equipment, equipment for treating and preventing and protecting, we have also seen a lack of medical equipment and respirators. And as a result, the economic and financial crisis has been unprecedented in Lebanon. It has had devastating effects in our country. The restrictions on imports have hardened. Purchasing power has been reduced and inflation has increased. Moreover, the issue of displaced Syrian population has also had an impact on our country of 5 million people. We are also hosting 2 million displaced Syrians and Palestinian refugees. This gives rise to issues around our border areas with neighboring countries. Lebanon is hosting displaced persons in a spirit of humanitarian aid, but that comes at a cost of billions of dollars. Lebanon has received around $1 billion in compensation. So how can Lebanon, without urgent aid from the international community, overcome this challenge? The devastating explosion more than a year ago in the port of Beirut left 2,000 dead and thousands injured. Half of the capital was destroyed. Material damage was estimated to run to tens of billions of dollars. In spite of these successive crises, our industry has faced up to these challenges and played a magnificent role. It has been able to reinvent itself thanks to its creative potential, thanks to its flexibility, which has allowed it to adapt to emergency and crisis situations. Lebanese industry has been the main factor in stabilizing our national economy. Industry has contributed to reducing our deficits. It has created jobs. It has allowed our national economy to right itself. Ladies and gentlemen, the industrial sector is very promising in Lebanon. Those in charge of this sector blend science and excellence in their fields. They have exported products to the four corners of the world in various spheres, such as the creative industries. However, this industrial sector in Lebanon requires more support and backing in order to fully fulfill its potential. We would like to thank UNIDO. We thank UNIDO for the numerous projects that have been undertaken and those which are still ongoing in Lebanon. We also express our gratitude to donor countries. We attach particular importance to cooperation between the Ministry of Industry of Lebanon and the UNIDO Country Office. We reaffirm that we need more assistance for more projects. Our industrial sector should develop and increase thanks to these valuable human resources which place added value on Lebanese production. The current plan that we have, that we are implementing within the Ministry of Industry, seeks to develop a sustainable, high-quality industry that's competitive globally. Our plan also strives to develop creative industries and traditional industries which have a great reputation in Lebanon. To all those who love Lebanon and support it, I launch a call to come to the assistance of our industrial sector. I address that call to UNIDO management and also to you, the representatives of various countries and donors who have always showed generosity in assisting Lebanon. In the context of the current crisis, your support is vital to assist my country on its path to come out of crisis and move towards a productive economy. Thank you.
شكرا معالي الوزير على بيانكم.
I thank His Excellency for his statement. Now I give the floor to Mr. Chikopa Mulenga, Minister of Commerce and Industry of Zambia.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, Ambassador Mohamed Mezgani, Permanent Representative of Tunisia. Allow me at this outset to congratulate you on your election as the President of the 19th session of the General Conference. Further, I wish to congratulate all the officers elected to various committees and assure you of Zambia's full support in your new responsibilities. I also take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the able manner in which you have so far guided proceedings of this august body. We are confident that under your able stewardship, this session will be conducted in an efficient manner and a successful conclusion. To the outgoing President of the 18th General Conference, Your Excellency, Engineer Suhail O. Mazrui, Minister of Energy and Industry of the United Arab Emirates, thank you for your esteemed work and achievements during your tenure. Mr. President, Zambia associates itself with a statement made by His Excellency Ambassador Fozia Mebaki, Permanent Representative of Algeria, on behalf of the African Group. It gives me great pleasure to note that the United Nations Industrial Development Organization continues to support the Zambian government in implementing various development programs. These are in the areas of, but not limited to, skills development, technology and innovation, value addition, industrialization, among others. Indeed, Zambia can meet its development objectives by leveraging on such a valuable partnership. Mr. President, the role of UNIDO in the advancement of inclusive and sustainable industrial development in the wake of COVID-19 global pandemic cannot be overemphasized. The people of Zambia have been and continue to be negatively affected by the pandemic. However, with the support of UNIDO and other development partners, we are confident that Zambia has a unique opportunity to build back better, in line with the overall theme of this General Conference. The theme is indeed appropriate, as it focuses on reviving industrial infrastructure after the setback our countries have had to go through due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Zambia, therefore, remains committed to nurturing its partnership with UNIDO in its effort towards the economic transformation agenda, skills development, value addition, including technology and innovation, for development that will benefit generations to come. Mr. President, Zambia looks forward to the implementation of the program for country partnership, which we signed on the margins of the Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development Forum. We are confident that this sets the right tone and raises the expectations in our joint agenda to actualize inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Already, Zambia recently launched a project called Promoting Youth Employment through Construction, Equipment Operating Skills Training. I wish to take this opportunity to thank UNIDO and its operating partners for the initiative to develop this project aimed at aligning industrial skills development to the needs of the industry and the Zambian labor market. Mr. President, through UNIDO's advocacy for inclusive and sustainable industrialization and structural transformation, Zambia's PCP is aligned to the National Industrial Strategy, which is drawn from the National Development Plan, and is in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In addition, we wish to take this opportunity to commend UNIDO for the implementation of the third Industrial Development Decade for Africa. To this end, Zambia appreciates the invitation extended to His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, to join the group of heads of state and eminent persons championing industrial development in Africa. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that my government attaches great importance to the work of UNIDO in fostering industrial development and remains committed to nurturing the cordial relations that exists with UNIDO. I thank you, Mr. President. God bless you.
شكرا معالي الوزير وأعطي الكلمة الآن لمعالي.
Thank you, Minister. Now I wish to give the floor to Ms. Lucia Lepumbu, Minister of Industrialization, Trade and SME Development of Namibia. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Honorable
سيد الرئيس، الوزراء الكرام، السيدات والسادة المندوبين الكرام، السيدات والسادة، من جديد باسم جمهورية ناميبيا وحكومتها أود أن أتوجه بالتهنئة لكم بمناسبة انتخابكم رئيس الدورة 19 للمؤتمر العام لليونيدو، فضلا عن التوجه بالتهنئة إلى أعضاء المكتب الآخرين الذين جرى انتخابهم، وكونوا على ثقة بدعم وفد بلادنا فيما توجهون هذا المؤتمر نحو بر الأمان. أود كذلك أن أثني على العمل القيم الذي أنجزه الرئيس المنتهي ولاياته وأعضاء المكتب تضم ناميبيا صوتها إلى البيان الصادر باسم المجموعة الإفريقية ومجموعة 77 والصين على التوالي. جائحة كوفيد-19 قلبت اقتصاديات العالم رأسا على عقب، آثارها تبقى ظاهرة ونشعر بها، ولا زالت ناميبيا متأثرة بالجائحة، فيما أدت هذه الأزمة إلى تفاقم انعدام المساواة الموجود أساسا. في هذا السياق نقدر جهود اليونيدو في سياق الاستجابة للجائحة في الكثير من البلدان النامية، تحديدا مساهمتها للاستجابة والتعافي الاقتصاديين والتوصل كذلك إلى مستقبل أكثر استدامة وقدرة على الصمود. السيد الرئيس، التصنيع يبقى هدفا أساسيا بالنسبة إلى حكومة ناميبيا في سياق التنمية الصناعية، حيث نركز تحديدا على توليد الثروة وخلق الوظائف. وتتمتع الحكومة كذلك برؤية مطورة لعام
industrialization objectives. To drive the industrialization agenda, Namibia adopted the Industrial Development Policy and the Industrial Policy Implementation and the strategic framework detailing the targets, the strategies, and action plans. Furthermore, different activities and programs are also instituted to accelerate the industrial development aspiration and to achieve inclusive industrial growth. Namibia, like many other developing countries, struggles with high levels of unemployment, particularly youth unemployment and inequalities, and other socio-economic challenges. To mitigate and confront those challenges, Namibia, through her Growth at Home strategy and industrial policy initiatives, is striving to deliver an inclusive and sustainable industrial development that will stimulate economic growth and promote trade and investment. In this regard, we appreciate and welcome the cooperation with UNIDO in the implementation of the project titled Promoting Sustainable Bush Processing Value Chains in Namibia. The three-legged project aims at reducing invasive bush species, converting invasive species into animal fodder and charcoals, while creating employment through economic value chains. We call on UNIDO to continue working with us and explore different avenues of cooperation to enable us to broaden our industrial capacity, also to enhance our industrial development while confronting the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. The implementation of the third industrial development decade for Africa, as yearned impetus in pursuit of African industrialization agenda, remains important to us, Namibia. Our delegation emphasizes that the implementation of the third IDDA should be complementary to the existing continent and global developmental agenda frameworks, particularly the AU Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development, but not a parallel effort. It should be a continuous effort and a complementary effort. In this regard, we appreciate the leading role played by UNIDO in the implementation of the third IDDA and welcome the recent validation of the joint roadmap and monitoring and evaluation frameworks by the third IDDA partners, as well as the establishment of the third IDDA Secretariat within UNIDO. Mr. President and dear delegates, Namibia continues to bear the brunt of climate change. This adversely impacts the livelihood and well-being of our citizens, our economy, our infrastructures, the environment, as well as the development priorities of the country. In this regard, we welcome the recent signing of the Accreditation Framework Agreement between UNIDO and the Green Climate Fund, a move that would allow UNIDO to facilitate member states to access the funds for climate mitigation and adaptation projects, which are aimed at meeting national commitments under the Paris Agreement on climate change. Dear delegates, Namibia, as a classified upper middle income country, continues to face serious challenges in all three dimensions of sustainable development, with constraints that prevent us from realizing and poverty eradication that we have committed to, the inequality amongst others, and so many other challenges that we are facing. The classification does not consider the skewed income distribution and denies the country access to official development financing and concessional loans that are needed for implementing national development programs. In this context, Namibia calls upon UNIDO to scale up efforts to assist middle-income countries like us, including also the upper middle-income countries that are classified in a different category, to achieve full-scale inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Also for us to achieve our economic growth and development in general through accessing available technology and enhancing capacity building. We further encourage UNIDO to continue with capacity building activities that target startups, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, and especially those that are involving women and youth. In conclusion, Mr. President and dear delegates, Namibia reaffirms its commitment to support the work of UNIDO and encourage development partners to continue supporting the organization to fully carry out its mandate. I wish you a successful conference, and I thank you.
شكرا معالي.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Khaled Al-Asali, Minister of Economy of Palestine. Honorable Chairperson, Ambassador Mohammed Al-Mazghani, Permanent Representative of Tunisia, Mr. Leung, Director General of UNIDO, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the State of Palestine, I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency, President, and all your members on your occasion of your election, wishing you all success in this conference. I would also, on the occasion of the 55th anniversary of UNIDO, to commend everyone and congratulate the organization. Allow me to seize this opportunity to congratulate our newly elected Director General, Mr. Gerd Müller, wishing him all success in his new position. While we reiterate our full support and cooperation with you in order to achieve the comprehensive and sustainable industrial development on this occasion, we would like to commend the exceptional efforts conducted by outgoing Director General Mr. Leung and his team, who were able to manage the organization at best with great efficiency and wisdom. The membership of the State of Palestine at UNIDO and joint action have contributed to enhancing the level of cooperation between both parties, allowing to support important sectors in Palestine like sustainable development and the decarbonization of industries, as well as a better integration into circular economy. All of this has had a positive impact on promoting this level of cooperation between UNIDO and the State of Palestine in the past years. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Palestinian economy still suffers from great challenges as a result of the restrictions imposed by the Israeli occupation of our country. Among these, we mention the illegal obstacles and restrictions imposed on access to natural resources and the free movement of individuals and commodities, all of which contributed to a degradation of the main economic indicators. In addition to that, the spread of the pandemic has led to a greater decrease in these indicators. Based on all of the latter, cooperation with UNIDO has become ever more important in order to be able to successfully deal with these challenges and their negative implications. We at the Palestinian Ministry of Economy are proud of this solid partnership that has been developed with UNIDO at the local level. Whereas UNIDO, and since the start of its operations in 2014, has been continuously supporting innovative industries through its targeting and well-targeted projects in Palestine. The implemented approach has supported different value chains as implemented by UNIDO, namely a project to support the manufacturing of artifacts in Bethlehem, as well as house furniture in Nablus, leather goods and shoes in the Khalil area, textile in Jenin and the Gaza Strip, whereas UNIDO has greatly participated to achieving the comprehensive development of these sectors, and by supporting groundbreaking cooperation between the different stakeholders, and by promoting the competitive edge of these sectors to achieve sustainable economic growth opportunities. In addition to that, the establishment of specialized innovation centers has greatly contributed to establishing an enabling environment of innovation, whereas these centers have contributed to the different value chains and allowed to come up with a number of innovative and creative solutions and to develop their own trademarks, to expand in local markets and access new markets by providing exceptional products. Recently, we've also launched, in cooperation with UNIDO, the Sustainable Program in support, or with the support of the EU, whereas this program helps promoting the capacities of Palestinian industries by supporting sustainable solutions, which are greatly important in order to decarbonize the industry sector and to promote comprehensive and sustainable industrial development. As such, we would like to express our pride regarding the exceptional results that were achieved by this program. The program has actually managed to engage more than 500 industrial enterprises and entrepreneurs in the in terms of the solutions offered by the energy efficiency and renewable energy in Palestine. Moreover, more than 500 participants have received dedicated trainings on energy management and clean technology and innovation, while 30 startups are on clean tech initiated by more than 100 entrepreneurs are currently undergoing an acceleration program aimed to stimulate an emerging clean tech industry to meet the local market needs in Palestine, and then to depart from Palestine to the whole world. UNIDO has extended its support for Palestinian key economic revitalization policies, in particular the National Industry Cluster Strategy that has been developed by the Ministry of National Economy, and this strategy is currently under implementation. Additionally, on the area of combating COVID-19 pandemic, the ministry, in close cooperation with UNIDO, has conducted a number of strategic efforts and economic efforts in order to support the recovery of Palestinian industries and to ensure the recovery from the impact of the pandemic. At the same time, we are closely partnering with UNIDO based on its extensive expertise and the ongoing support offered for the implementation of the Palestinian or Palestine Green Deal. These achievements wouldn't have been possible without the close cooperation between the Palestinian government and UNIDO. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the excellent team and leadership of UNIDO on the ground and their dedication towards achieving our joint mission on the field. Based on these growing achievements, it is logical to aim for upgrading our relationship and partnership through the development of a country program for UNIDO in the state of Palestine. Finally, I would like to thank our partners and donor parties, particularly the European Union, the government of Italy, and the government of Japan, for the partnerships and contributions through UNIDO towards achieving sustainable development, sustainable industrial development in the state of Palestine. Thank you. Thank you, Excellency, for your congratulatory words and your statement. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mansai Khan Zakjagav, Minister of Development, Agriculture and Light Industry from Mongolia.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your unanimous election as the President of the 19th session of the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We are confident that under your skillful leadership, the conference will have constructive and fruitful deliberations. I assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation. Mr. President, it has been almost 2 years since the sudden outbreak of the COVID-19. The pandemic shows the world that the global economy, human health, and climate are inextricably linked and reminds us to take systematic actions towards sustainable development and future progress. Therefore, we find the theme of this conference, Building a Better Future, very relevant to today's reality. Mr. President, as the UNIDO commemorates its 55th anniversary, the organization's mandate of eradicating poverty through the promotion of inclusive and sustainable industrial development has become ever important. Mongolia views the UNIDO as the main coordinator of international cooperation towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development and welcomes its continued contribution to efforts of the member states towards achievement of the sustainable development goals. The organization's technical cooperation program is a key to achieving our common agenda. In collaboration with the UNIDO and donors, Mongolia has been implementing projects in the fields of sustainable food, agriculture, and light industry, which made a positive contribution to Mongolia's sustainable development, particularly with regard to the industrial sector. We are confident that our further cooperation will deepen the partnership in all aspects of our industrialization policy, with particular focus on economic diversification, trade capacity building, green development, energy efficiency, and development of agro-businesses. Mr. President, despite challenging time with the pandemic and vaccination campaigns, Mongolia is making continued efforts to implement the SDGs through nationwide goals, objectives, and indicators. In connection with this, the Parliament of Mongolia has approved the Vision 2050, this national long-term development policy policy places a strong focus on human well-being and environmental preservation and recognizes common national values, human development, quality of life, middle-class society, economy, governance, green development, and regional development as priorities. We also attach great importance to intensify governance reform at all levels of the public and private sectors, including through e-transition, which is the most realistic mechanism to ensure transparency, accountability, effective service, and good governance. Therefore, Mongolia aims to make at least 90% of all public services available on the integrated e-Mongolia system and strive toward becoming a digital nation by 2024. We believe that these efforts will accelerate implementation of the SDGs and building back better after COVID-19. Government of Mongolia also congratulates Mr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the Director General of the UNIDO. We wish the Director General every success in his dedicated duties and assure him of Mongolia's full support and cooperation in the discharge of your onerous responsibilities. Mongolia has a keen interest in making our contribution in the activities of the Industrial Development Board as its member for the first time, and will put special emphasis to promote advisory services, technical assistance, and capacity building and implementation of industrial development goals. We also would like to express our sincere appreciation to Mr. Li Yong for his extraordinary service and excellent leadership as the Director General of the UNIDO over the last 8 years, and wish him every success in his future endeavors. Mr. President, the immense expertise of UNIDO and its support and best practices are essential. With a view to building a better future and achieving our development agenda, UNIDO's leading role is more crucial than ever before at this time to us. In conclusion, I would like to note that only through support and cooperation we will be able to build back better and stronger.
شكرا معالي الوزير على البيان. وأعطي الكلمة الآن للضيف الخاص الثاني فيرا سونغوي السكرتيرة التنفيذية للأمم المتحدة.
I thank you, Minister. I would now like to give the floor to our second special guest, Ms. Vera Songwei, Executive Secretary of UNECA.
You hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. Let me start first by expressing my congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your nomination for as the President of the 19th session. It is a great pleasure for the Economic Commission of Africa to be with you today. UNIDO has been a strong partner to all the regional commissions, but particularly to Africa in the last decade. I think as we work towards the IDDA that was launched and have continuous meetings. Unfortunately, we've not been able to have many because of COVID, but the work that UNIDO has done is showing us that it is important to prepare even for crises like this. Because in Africa, for example, the work that UNIDO did in Senegal and in Ethiopia, where I'm sitting today, has laid the groundwork for beginning to build an industrial base, which is particularly important. And I want to call on here as well Aurelia Calabro, who has been with us and has been working with us in Ethiopia. We have done so many things together as the Economic Commission for Africa, the Africa Industrialization Week, of course, all of this supporting the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. I think one of the important things that UNIDO is doing for Africa is also allowing and permitting knowledge exchanges, technological exchanges between Africa and other continents, which is particularly important for us to grow our industrial base. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we see, of course, the need for a stronger and more robust industrial sector in the pharmaceutical sector. We hope that as we go forward, we will be able to work with UNIDO to do this more, to do this better, to divert fields. I know that Senegal now has a free area for pharmaceuticals. Rwanda is thinking of one, and other countries, hopefully that we can work as ECA with UNIDO. We have also been, and I want to here stop and thank Lee Yong again for, attaching policy to industrialization. We must have good policies. We must ensure that countries have a good investment environment. And I think all the work that UNIDO has been doing has helped us to get in that direction. Let me welcome, of course, the new Director General, Gerd Müller, and to say welcome to us. Lee Yong focused a lot in his last years on Africa, and I had the pleasure to work with him in Nigeria and many other countries as well. I hope that you will pay the same attention as we move towards digitization, as we move towards 5G on the continent, as we move towards a renewable energy, which we're trying to see how we can, use as a benefit and as a springboard for industrialization. So without further ado, just to say that the Economic Commission for Africa altogether looks forward to working with you, Mr. President, Mr. Director General, as we go forward in this difficult COVID time to see how we can continue to deepen Africa's relations with the rest of the world, build a stronger industrial network for Africa, combined, of course, with a logistic performance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for your congratulation and statement. وصلنا الآن إلى نهاية الجلسة الافتتاحية.
We're now drawing towards the end of this opening ceremony. I invite the members of the General Committee, the 9 Vice Presidents and the nominated chairs of the main committee to join me in Boardroom D on the 4th floor in the C building at 2:30 p.m. for the first meeting of the General Committee. I will report on further recommendations of the General Committee tomorrow at the beginning of the morning plenary at 9:30 a.m. The plenary will resume at 3 p.m. today, starting with a thematic event entitled Women as Levers of Change for a Sustainable Industry During COVID-19 and Beyond. UNIDO Gender Equality Mobilization Award. I'm also pleased to announce that the 8th UNIDO Forum on Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development will start today at 4:30 p.m. in this plenary hall and online on the Interpify platform. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
أصحاب السعادة، حضرة النواب الموقرين، أيها الزملاء.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished delegates, allow me now to call to order this second plenary meeting of the 19th session of the General Conference. During this session, there will be three main events providing the pillar of industrial development. We will be engaging in discussions and in debates, interactive discussions and debates, and first and foremost, we will be convening the UNIDO Forum this afternoon from 4:30 to 6:30 on inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And on Tuesday afternoon, there will be a second session where we will be launching the 2020 report on industrial development. And then on Wednesday, 1st of December, we will be continuing the plenary session, where two events will also take place. Firstly, women as levers of change for a sustainable industry during COVID-19 and beyond, to be followed by the UNIDO Gender Equality Mobilization Award. And then the 8th UNIDO Forum on Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development, which will take place from 4:30 to 6:30. Now, before I hand over to the moderators of these two events, I have some short announcements to make. Tomorrow morning, we will start our work at 9:30 a.m. with the appointment of the Director General, followed by the general debate. And at the fourth plenary meeting, which will start tomorrow at 3 p.m., we will have the donor meeting. Then the main committee will be holding its first meeting at 4:30 tomorrow p.m. in boardroom D on the 4th floor of the C building. And finally, I would like to propose that the conclusion of the Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development Forum at 6:30 p.m. coincides with the closing of this plenary meeting, and there will therefore be no need for the President to close the plenary from the podium. If there are no objections to this proposal, I will shortly give the floor to the moderators of the two thematic events mentioned previously to take place this afternoon. And I now have the pleasure to hand over to the moderators of this afternoon's thematic events. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. In this session, we'll be hearing from experts and leaders about one of today's most pressing issues, gender equality. My name is Maggie Child, and I'm honored to be guiding you through this session today. It's not hard to see that the post-pandemic economic and industrial recovery measures represent a unique opportunity to institute bold measures for more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economies that put women front and center in the post-COVID-19 industrial landscape. Gender equality and the empowerment of women is essential to the inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and this was asserted at the UNIDO Strategy on Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women from 2020 to 2023. But it was also reiterated in years before that. This is not a new problem. The title of today's panel, Women as Levers of Change for Sustainable Industry During COVID-19 and Beyond, is of course self-explanatory. However, we'll be speaking to specific people who have been making efforts in their regions to combat gender inequality in industry in various ways. So today we'll also be celebrating the winners of the second Gender Equality Mobilization Award, or GEM Award, which will be handed over by the UNIDO Director General Li Yong. So without further ado, I'll hand over to the permanent representative of Finland to the United Nations of Vienna, Her Excellency Pirkko Hämäläinen. Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express my appreciation to UNIDO for organizing and inviting me to address this Gender Equality Mobilization Award event. This is a particular pleasure to me since Finland is a loyal supporter of UNIDO programs, including its gender work. Addressing the challenges that women experience as entrepreneurs, employees, and members of society, even in less challenging times, let alone during the COVID pandemic, is highly important. In this context, I would like to remind everyone of the importance of gender-responsive measures to recover from the pandemic. It is of utmost importance that we do not forget about women and girls, especially those experiencing multiple and intersecting inequalities and discrimination, as the member states build back better. However, at the same time, it is also crucial that we do not limit ourselves to thinking that women are victims, but want to see women also as levers of change for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. It is important to recognize the champions within the organization and grant appreciation to them. I am honored to address you in this occasion of celebration and encouragement. The UNIDO Gender Equality Mobilization Award ceremony is an excellent showcase of how important it is to promote gender equality and the empowerment of women in the framework of an organization. This is essential to ensure that the programmatic work is gender responsive. Distinguished delegates, Finland is a country which continuously strives forward towards gender equality. The constant efforts towards this clear goal have resulted in Finland, as well as all the Nordic countries, occupying systematically the top of various gender equality rankings. The government of Finland emphasizes heavily the status of women and gender equality. It has been a standard objective of all Finnish governments during the recent history. We have guaranteed equal access to education, healthcare, proprietary rights and employment for both women and men. Equality is one of the key reasons why Finland has developed into a modern, wealthy society. The current government also has more women as ministers than men. 58% of the ministers are women, including the Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, Finland emphasizes strongly the gender issues in its partnerships with international organizations. The rights and status of women and girls and gender equality is our top priority in development policy. Women's economic empowerment and women entrepreneurship are a specific theme that our Minister for Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade wants Finland to advance in development cooperation. Finland supports UNIDO's gender activities with multiple resources. Firstly, Finland has actively helped formulate and negotiate resolutions on gender equality and the empowerment of women, among other important documents for UNIDO. Secondly, we help organize gender events such as the annual editions of the Vienna Discussion Forum, together with UNIDO, UNODC, Norway and Sweden. Thirdly, Finland has allocated the bulk
of the unutilized balances as well as IDF resources to UNIDO's gender equality activities. Fourthly, Finland funds a junior professional officer at UNIDO, working on partnerships and gender. And last but not least, our current funding package includes a special project on gender and partnerships. All financial contributions in total, Finland has supported and will support UNIDO's gender work with more than 1 million euros since 2016 up to 2023. Friends and colleagues, Finland will be a member of the UN Human Rights Council in 2022 to 2024. I want to thank all the UN member states for their support for Finland. Full realization of gender equality and women's rights is one of our principal themes also in the Council. Without further ado, I am looking forward to the announcement of the Gender Equality Mobilization Awardees. Let us have a successful event and lively discussion. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think Finland is always best practice in so many ways, and it's wonderful to hear all the things you're contributing to UNIDO's efforts. Next, we'll be hearing from UNIDO Goodwill Ambassador and former President of the Republic of Malta, Marie-Louise Colliero-Preca.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. One of my most memorable experiences of women achievers is the successful story of a number of women migrants who, after some years since their arrival in Malta, decided to take the initiative to create a consortium and set up their own business. With some seed money, these women decided to set up a mobile catering venture, a venture that not only served them to become economically independent, but also served to be a unifying factor. Through their love for cooking, they showcased their huge potential and skills. Their business grew substantially over the years. These successful women who had passed through the horrendous journey of sailing through the deadly central western Mediterranean route on a rickety boat had decided that inaction would not be their next part of their life journey. Greatly empowered, they decided to also set up a Migrant Women Association. This novel association created a space for migrant women in Malta, whereby they could share and encourage each other to develop their skills to their full potential. Today, the Migrant Women Association is a source of strength to migrant women in Malta, and also an effective advocate for their rights and well-being. This successful story is evidence of the huge and unlimited potential of women who acknowledged and realized that working together is the way forward, even if in dire circumstances. Over 85% asylum seekers in Malta, arriving from cruel backgrounds of discrimination and gender-based violence. Migrant women are the most left behind, lacking opportunities that can create a better future for themselves and their families. The Migrant Women Association of Malta proved this to be otherwise. Their unity not only empowered them, but also was real evidence to make others acknowledge their potential and help out by giving them the necessary support. It is in this context that I fully appreciate the efforts made by UNIDO to promote gender equality for sustainable industrial development, the empowerment of women to grow to their full potential, and the process and gives it support. As a global community, our mandate is clearly set out in Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals, whereby all our countries are committed through SDG 5 to work to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. As a global community, we are furthermore committed to ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision making in the political, economic, and public life. We must admit that though some progress has been made before the pandemic, we are far from reaching the ultimate goals. We also know that gender inequalities have been further exacerbated by the economic and social impact of the pandemic. However, we must look ahead and challenge the situation. We clearly know that we cannot ignore the lessons learned from the impact of the pandemic. We know very well that after an effective socio-economic recovery, we need to be together on national and global levels. We need to look at the pandemic as an opportunity for women's active participation. If ever there was a time when we needed all hands on deck, it's definitely now. Women's contribution to our respective communities and our global society is urgently needed to effectively build more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economies. Equality must not be a national choice. It is a global must. Equality is a human right. As the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, said, and I quote, "Millions of women have already lost so much during the pandemic. We must shift the recovery efforts now to stop setbacks in gender equality and to build more inclusive, just, and prosperous societies." Unfortunately, the reality of the situation for millions of women and girls across the world is not only unacceptable, but extremely disturbing, despite significant progress made in some parts of the world. Women still occupy just 25% of seats at the tables of power across the board, while men occupy 75% of parliamentary seats, hold 73% of managerial positions, 70% of climate negotiators, and almost all of the positions of peace negotiators. Reports from OECD show that it will take 130 years to close the existing gender gap and reach gender parity if governments continue to be complacent. A 2020 PricewaterhouseCoopers Women in Work Index estimates that increasing the female employment rates in OECD countries to match that of Sweden could boost GDP by over $6 trillion. This projection illustrates the urgent need of introducing measures to address the differential treatment for women and men. Today's political and business leaders cannot afford to relegate or ignore half of the world's population any longer. If we look at European statistics regarding women in decision-making roles, we find a most distressing situation. Among the largest publicly listed companies in the European Union in 2020, only 19% of executives and nearly 8% of CEOs were women. The statistics is evidence that no matter how high the GDP of a country is, no one can actually boast of having achieved gender equality and equity, even though they've been striving to reach this goal for so long. The Equality Index, measured by the European Institute for Gender Equality, shows it will take nearly 3 generations to achieve gender equality at the current pace. COVID-19 would slow down progress even further. UN Women are estimating that globally, 193 million women and girls aged 15 and over are now living less than $2 a day. Globally, in 2019 and 2020, women lost 54 million jobs. And even before the pandemic, women were responsible for 3 times as much unpaid work than men. According to a report by UN Women published last September, titled Beyond COVID-19, a feminist plan for sustainability and social justice. It says that it is estimated that by the end of this year, employment opportunities for women will have recovered to pre-pandemic levels. But there will still be 13 million fewer women in employment. The COVID-19 pandemic also reinforced the importance of technology and the world's reliance on the digital world. According to the African Women Leaders Network, 70% of the African population still do not have access to the internet. And this digital divide is mostly experienced by women and girls. UN Women also report that it is just 39% of all girls living in rural areas that attend secondary school. New data released by UN Women and United Nations Development Programme shows that the COVID-19 pandemic is exacerbating the existing inequalities and threatening to stop or reverse the gains of decades of collective effort. New data is also revealing that the pandemic will push 47 million more women and girls below the poverty line. A report issued by the Malala Fund estimates that 743 million girls have missed out on their education due to the pandemic, while a further 20 million more secondary school-aged girls could be totally out of school after the COVID-19 crisis has passed. I therefore ask, what future do these girls have without an education? What can we all do? How can UNIDO step up its efforts to overcome these global challenges? How far will the international community commit its efforts and effectively act? These are some questions during our discussions today. It is undoubtedly now the time to harness women's full potential as leaders, innovators, and agents of industrial and environmental change, and to ensure that everyone equally benefits, participates in, and leads industrial development in the recovery phase. Our economies now more than ever before need the full range of talents and skills of the whole population to contribute to growth. And at such a precarious crisis, we cannot afford to leave women further behind. We must prioritize a gender-responsive recovery from COVID-19. We must prioritize a gender, yes, and we cannot overcome the COVID-19 crisis if we continue to leave half of the world's population out of the equation. The post-pandemic economic and industrial recovery measures represent a unique opportunity to institute bold measures for more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economies that can put women at the front and center of the post-COVID-19 industrial landscape. We need to ensure women's participation at all levels. We need to realize the importance of keeping up with international commitments on human rights and gender equality. We need the cooperation and participation of civil society, particularly with women and feminist organizations. We need multi-sectorial cooperation and, if need be, use of temporary special measures such as electoral quotas. As an international community, we need to accelerate progress in gender equality commitment. We need to combine the promotion of gender parity and an enabling, inclusive working environment with gender-responsive strategic planning. Finally, I would like to congratulate all the teams and individuals who are nominated for today's Gender Equality Mobilization Awards, promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women in their respective countries. I trust that all your good practices will serve as an inspiration for future strategies and methodologies to ensure inclusive and sustainable industrial development post-COVID-19. On concluding, I would like to quote Emma Watson when she said, and I quote, "Gender equality historically has been predominantly a women's movement for women, but I think the impact of gender inequality and how it's affecting men hasn't really been addressed," unquote. Emma Watson's quote brings a stark reality to the fore. With a rampant unequal world, everyone is none the better. Yes, men are affected as much as women when inequalities and discrimination prevail, excluding women's potential, talent, skills, leadership, knowledge, and experience. We are ensuring a faulty future and the worst legacy of an unsustainable world. Finally, I would like to welcome Ms. Cecilia Ugas Estrada as UNIDO Director responsible for the Office for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women, and all of you, a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those inspiring words. I think we can all agree that 130 years is definitely too long to wait, and $6 trillion would be really nice to have for GDP. But now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of what UNIDO is doing, let's see actually how they have been working towards making gender equality a lived reality in the years past. So there's a little visual inspiration for you. And for our panel today, we're going to hear about 3 specific initiatives that have enabled a change in dynamics and agency for women and girls in their respective regions. We'll hear from the leaders of 3 different initiatives that will be winning the GEM Award at the end of the session. It's no secret anymore. And we'll have the chance to take questions. So please don't hesitate to send your questions in via the chat and Interprefy, and we'll address as many as we can after the end of the panel. So first, we will be hearing from Mia Risoa, Patricia Raconirina about the Technical Cooperation Initiative surrounding women, COVID, and industry. So Patricia, welcome. Patricia Raconirina is Secretary General of the Ministry for Population, Social Protection, and Advancement of Women for the Republic of Madagascar. And there she is. Fantastic. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oui, bonjour à tous.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Globe, the economic and social impact of the pandemic disproportionately affects women and girls. And women are overrepresented in many of the industries that are specifically hard hit by COVID-19. So to address the challenges imposed by the pandemic, the government of Madagascar developed a national COVID-19 response plan, which the UN, including UNIDO, actively supports. Could you tell us more about the economic and social repercussions of the pandemic on women in Madagascar and how UNIDO support contributed to mitigating them?
Thank you for having given me the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, Your Excellencies, Madagascar is a place where women are great entrepreneurs, whether it's a question of small businesses, restoration or sale of products or agriculture, but they are not really recognized for their potential. And this is not currently capitalized on. For Madagascar, women undertake various informal activities, which are survival activities, with a level of more than 51% of these women in the informal sector. The majority of independent workers are women, and they carry out activities mostly in the home. And these activities are mainly in the area of services provided from the home or preparation of food. And women are most taken on in small enterprises due to their, and in textiles due to their dexterity. And they're also strongly representative in the extractive industries. And these are still artisanal and on a small scale, but they contribute to the development of entrepreneurship amongst women, both formally and informally. With regard to the economic and social impact on women during the crisis, well, they were seriously impacted. This had an impact on their professional and social lives, and especially many women were affected by technical unemployment for those which worked in private enterprise, and for others, due to the slowdown in economic activities. Women who were classified as independent workers faced a lack of resources, money, which was mainly due to the drop in income and a drop in production, and also problems linked to this. And the prices of food and raw materials kept going up. Moreover, during the pandemic, we noted that women suffered from physical and economic violence, particularly during isolation periods. We note an increase in gender-based violence. UNIDO was able to support Madagascar to help these women. There was an initiative which is part of the framework of socioeconomic emergency response programs of the United Nations, and this contributed to safeguarding jobs during the pandemic, and it supported entrepreneurship and it improved the work of enterprises in various different regions of the country. The main beneficiaries were women, people in delicate situations, and disadvantaged families. The aim was to improve their socioeconomic living conditions, but especially to increase their resilience and to sustainably improve their livelihoods. This collaboration with UNIDO enabled various associations, cooperatives to benefit from training support and equipment support, working in various different areas such as apiculture, manioc processing, recycling, plastic or textile bags. This collaboration also allowed us to create jobs during the pandemic and to increase productivity and incomes thanks to better opportunities for diversification and access to technologies, and especially thanks to capacity building in terms of quality. I would also like to thank UNIDO Madagascar, which strongly supported the government of Madagascar in order to address the negative impact of the pandemic, in particular the impact that it's had on the economic situation of women. The most important thing is that these projects have contributed to and continue to contribute to the reduction of inequality and to addressing discrimination against women, and particularly they contributed to fighting against gender-based violence, but especially to the empowerment of women, the promotion of small initiatives, so as to ensure that people are not left out and they contribute and they are involved in inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And we're going to hear a little bit more about this project also from the UNIDO country representative there in Madagascar, Vola Rakoton Drazafi. I apologize for my mispronunciation of both of your wonderful last names. Vola, we have now heard that your team have promoted gender equality and empowered women and girls as Madagascar responds to the COVID-19 pandemic. And yes, congratulations on receiving also the UNIDO, and to you and the UNIDO Madagascar country office team altogether for receiving a GEM award this year for those efforts. So please tell us a little bit about how your team will attempt to mainstream gender considerations into UNIDO's projects and programs in the future. What are your plans there?
Yes, thank you very much for having given me the floor. I guess you can hear me.
Yes. Not ideal.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, delegates and excellencies. I think UNIDO has started working with women a few years ago, mainly through the creative industry. We had a SARA project, what you call so, and during which we saw changes in the daily life of rural women in remote areas in the country. For the coming year, as we are talking about technical cooperation, we have developed with the government of Madagascar a country program which will run until 2023, in the sense that we are aligning ourselves with the priority that has been identified jointly with the government, particularly during the recent midterm review of such cooperation framework. So in connection to this, UNIDO will continue streamlining gender considerations into its initiatives. We will work hand in hand with all actors to promote women economic and climate resilience mainly, so for them to build back better to face the pandemic, the post-pandemic period. Without being exhaustive, we will work with public sector like the key line ministries, including the Ministry of Population, in supporting national policy formulation and implementation, making sure that they effectively reflect gender equality and women empowerment, particularly in the industry sector. We will contribute to the update of the industrial policy, to the finalization of the national policy for gender equality as well, and that of the National Action Plan on Security Council Resolution 1325, which is pertaining to women, peace, and security. Apart from that, we are currently preparing projects in digital skills development, women entrepreneurship, and integration of those beneficiaries in agro-value chain in sustainable energy initiative. But this time we will focus more on circular economy, and as an innovation, just to finish, we are carrying out with the private sector and the UN family some of those initiatives in what we call convergence zones, which are select regions across Madagascar, where the projects will be delivered in an integrated and concentrated way to address economical, social, and environmental impacts at the same time through nexus peace, development, and humanitarian approach. This is to maximize the impact and make a difference within the relatively limited time frame. And of course, we'll continue with the communities and the beneficiaries to enable them to access to technology and accompany them in an innovation through a specific project that we call IncuBoost with the European Union. I thank our national counterparts who are partnering with us to make all this happen on the ground, which demonstrates once again UNIDO's relevance to impact women and girls who are, just for your information, making more than 50% of the whole Malagasy population. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. We've heard now a little bit about the first initiative and first winner of the General Award, and thank you both very much for giving us insight into what's been happening in Madagascar and what's going to happen in the future, and congratulations and all the best for your efforts going forward. Next, we'll be hearing about a multi-stakeholder gender and energy compact initiative from our colleagues in Ecuador. Enid Patricia Carrion Quesada, is advisor to the Vice Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy for the Republic of Ecuador. And she will be telling us a little bit more about that. Please join us, Enid. Wonderful. The government of Ecuador supported the launch of the multi-stakeholder gender and energy compact, and Ecuador is among the first countries to have signed up, in fact. The compact was established this September to promote and accelerate a just, inclusive, and gender-responsive energy transition, a coalition of UNIDO, the International Network on Gender and Sustainable Energy, Energia, and the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition, GWNET, initiated the compact. So why is this important to address the general gender perspective in the energy transition? And how will Ecuador use this compact to achieve its objectives in this area? Enid. We don't hear you, Enid. Perhaps your microphone is muted, or? As we get that sorted out, we can also talk a little bit about the award itself. So there are 3 awards going to be given at the end of today's panel as well. And each of these initiatives has been dealt with in a complete bilateral way between UNIDO and the governments and authorities and initiators who we're speaking to today. On the ground in the area themselves, and they've been working together very closely. So we're hearing mostly from the external panelists now about their experience both going into the pandemic and also kind of progressing as UNIDO's initiatives have kind of taken force. Of course, the one we're hearing about now from EDIT is a very new initiative, so we're curious to find out what they've been doing. And whenever you're ready, you just start talking. It's no problem. And otherwise, we can also bring in our UNIDO partner first to perhaps speak a little bit about it and come back to Enid once her technical issues are resolved. Okay. Then Katharina Pröstler, I would like to invite you to the stage. She is a gender, environmental, and social safeguards specialist and at the Office of the Director, Department of Energy at UNIDO. And she has, and her team at Gender and Energy Compact have also received a GEM award for this important initiative. And perhaps she can share a little bit with the audience what the compact is, how people can sign up, and what has happened so far in Ecuador, perhaps maybe a little overview, and we can hear in more detail than from Edith. So yeah, Katharina Pröstler, if you're ready to come to the stage and tell us a little more, that'd be fantastic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Katerina.
Okay, great. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Gender and Energy Compact team, I feel extremely honored to address you at this general conference. And I would like to express my gratitude that the Gender and Energy Compact receives the GEM Award. Since progress towards SDG 5, gender equality, and SDG 7, sustainable energy, are too slow, and women still face discrimination, and the gaps are still large in areas related to energy poverty, women's leadership, and entrepreneurship. And there's also a lack of gender-sensitive policies and sex-disaggregated data. UNIDO, together with the co-initiators Energia and the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition, had been privileged to steer the development of the Gender and Energy Compact. This has been possible making use of multi-stakeholder discussion forums like the Vienna Energy Forum to highlight relevant issues and identify key action areas to raise global ambition on closing the energy gender gap. The compact has been launched at the High-Level Dialogue on Energy in September at the General Assembly and strives to catalyze transformative change towards enhancing gender equality and women's empowerment, to accelerate a just, inclusive, sustainable, and equitable energy transition. We have been very pleased to see the support, commitment, and enthusiasm from many countries, organizations, and the civil society for this initiative, which truly aims to ensure we leave no one behind. The compact is already supported by 6 governments: Canada, Ecuador, Iceland, Kenya, Nepal, and Sweden, as well as by more than 45 other actors. Intergovernmental organizations, development banks, private sector, civil society organizations, and also academia. The Gender and Energy Compact is a living document, jointly shaped by the signatories. All signatories recognize that gender equality and women's empowerment are fundamental to achieving sustainable energy for all, and that achieving SDG 7 is essential for achieving other SDGs, such as gender equality and job creation. To bring the compact to life, all signatories will now develop in the coming months their individual commitments to contribute to the overall Gender and Energy Compact. We believe that working together will bring us further than walking alone, and that action is required at all levels of society by a broad range of stakeholders to make a lasting impact for the billion of poor women who have been left behind and that still lack basic access to reliable and sustainable energy. This lack negatively impacts their health, well-being, and livelihoods. We also believe that women are key agents of change in combating climate change and adapting to a new world. Together, we can accelerate progress for SDG 5 and SDG 7, amplify impact, and catalyze transformative change for a just and inclusive society. If you're interested to join the compact, we would be very happy. To learn more about the compact and details on the process to become a signatory, please contact us or visit our homepage, genderenergycompact.org, which you can find in the link in the chat box. I want to finish by thanking you for listening to me and hope that Enid Carrion is now able to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. Thanks, Katerina. And we, in fact, we've seen now that teamwork does make the dream work, in fact, and working together definitely is better than working alone. Edith Carrion Quezada is now back with us, as far as we know, and her audio is working. So perhaps let's come back in to the question we had from Ms. Carrion Quezada, why it is important to address the gender perspective in the energy transition and how Ecuador is working with the compact to achieve these objectives. Edith, the floor is yours.
Muy buenos días. No sé si... Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. This event is an opportunity in order to consider and acknowledge that there is still a great deal to be done in order to achieve gender equity. In the energy sector, and particularly speaking, when it comes to energy transformation in our countries. While we're all well aware of the crucial role that gender equality plays in terms of ensuring the sustainable growth of our peoples, in that women represent 50% of global populations. Data compilation and generating data and statistics on women's situations remains insufficient or of poor quality. There isn't enough information out there yet regarding whether basic needs are being met, whether access to resources are being provided in order to help build capacity, or related to policy efficiency implemented to date in order to enhance their human development. As I said earlier, and as Amatira said in 2019, societies geared towards enhancing performance must use accurate metrics and measurements. What's important is to take stock of what is done, what we have achieved, what is measurable. If we are unable to measure and gauge properly, we will be unable to assess priorities being implemented. Accordingly, Ecuador, under the Ministry for Electricity and Renewable Energies, has prioritized statistical and data analytical projects focusing on women in order to establish a common basis in order to develop targeted policies to enhance gender equality, not only in terms of equal opportunities in order to have access to the jobs market, but also about ensuring justice and ensuring decent wages and decent jobs for all. It's about identifying the key obstacles that women must overcome in order to develop as part of a career in all perspectives. We equally recognize the need for teamwork and for gender parity, where women and men stand alongside with a shared vision of development. Through the recently adopted executive decree, the President of our Republic has established policies in order to achieve energy transition as well as energy efficiency and sustainable development. Through strategies with an innovative form of thinking to prioritize the energy sector, where women not only make direct contributions through their labor, but also are the direct beneficiaries and users of the decisions being implemented. And that is why favorable environments are being established to support local industry, gender equality, and greater awareness raising and empowerment of women at all levels. Under the Ministry of Energy and Renewable Energies and Natural Resources, we are committed to working towards achieving gender equality, which is the best path towards development through equity. The energy transition will address both technical environmental aspects, but will also address human factors and gender components.
Thanks very much, Enid, for that insight, and thanks to both of you for giving us a little bit of an outline of the activities in Ecuador and also the energy sector in general. It's such an important part of daily life and our needs in the future going forward. And from one kind of energy initiative to another, and something I'm very excited about, and I think I'm not alone, we are going to talk about the gender baseline in reporting systems for electric mobility projects. Electric mobility is a very big topic, and we'll be talking to someone on the ground and really in the midst of all this action. We have Joe Edgehill, who's managing director of Mega Power. So, Ms. Edgehill, your company, Mega Power, promotes the uptake of electric vehicles throughout the Caribbean and increasing the share of renewable energy in the region altogether. So you contribute to countering climate change and promote the transport and energy sources of the future. So as an entity operating in the e-mobility field, why is it important to advance gender equality from an organizational point of view throughout the company's structures and principles? Joe, tell us more.
Do you hear me okay, firstly?
Yes, we do.
This platform is very new to me, so I shall do my best.
Loud and clear.
Great. Thank you for having me here today. An important part of gender equality is recognizing women, and this rewards ceremony seeks to do just that. I'm joining you from Barbados, and some of you may have been here, but it's unlikely that you will have heard of my business, Mega Power Limited. So let me start by framing where I am. Barbados has more than 70% sunshine during daylight hours, all year long. When I co-founded Megapower in 2013, the concept was how to harness this energy, and in the early months, we focused on designing a modular solar carport system. And in speaking of recognition, we applied to Caribbean Export Development Agency, funded by the European Union, for a grant to build an electric vehicle charging point and solar carport. So said, so done, but there was only one problem. No one sold electric vehicles in Barbados. My business partner and I looked at what we could afford and bought in a second-hand electric vehicle, a Nissan Leaf. In the first 6 months of Megapower, we sold 16 vehicles and no solar carports. And during November of this year, we sold 18 electric vehicles in just 1 month. Megapower focuses on promoting the uptake of electric vehicles powered by renewable sources, and solar has remained an important part of our business. Integrating gender equality and climate resilience into private sector initiatives is so important. Although there are not a lot of female entrepreneurs compared to male entrepreneurs in Barbados, there has been a growing trend in recent years. And I attribute this in part to the fact that our government has many female decision makers, from our Prime Minister at the top, who, if you didn't know before COP26, I'm sure you do know her now. In 2019, we started working with the Barbados Transport Board. At this time, the newest Transport Board buses had been in operation for some 15 years, the newest. To say that the aged diesel bus fleet was inefficient is a massive understatement. In 2020, the government of Barbados introduced electric buses into its Transport Board fleet. And this has been a complete process of modernizing the bus fleet. For the first time, there's disability access as a standard feature, allowing both wheelchairs and also users of strollers and mother and child seating. This is the largest public electric bus fleet in the Caribbean at 49 electric buses, and expected to grow to 59 in the next 6 months. These 59 electric buses will represent more than half of the buses owned by the Barbados Transport Board, and it is an excellent example of how gender and climate change initiatives collide for mutual benefit. I want to share with you a quote from Mrs. Linda Holder, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Barbados Transport Board. And she says, "The introduction of electric mobility to public transport in Barbados has been a long sought and long fought for initiative. The government of Barbados made a decision to introduce electric buses into public transport, and in doing so, they not only improved accessibility for a significant portion of our traveling public in the form of persons with mobility challenges, but for the rest of us who do not have mobility challenges that you see immediately. It also helped because we had challenges with women, especially being unable to step onto the old buses. With these new buses, we have introduced kneeling technology, which means that the floor is a lot closer, and we have brought in other features such as air conditioning. We have also introduced Wi-Fi and USB charging points. In the industry, we are seeing a number of females in the public transport sector, including myself as the second in command at the Transport Board. We have a number of females who are owners of public transport, and we are seeing this in our transport augmentation program. 2020 and 2021 have been some challenging years, but we have also seen some improvements in the role of female participation in the world of transportation. I'll now share with you a little bit of information on Megapower's electric vehicle charging network. We have rolled out a network across Barbados of publicly accessible charging points. This currently stands at 35 locations and is always growing. Many decisions have gone into the public charging network, with convenience and accessibility being the primary considerations. The consideration specific to female accessibility has included lighting and security. All of Megapower's charging points are in well-lit car parks as close as possible to the entrance of buildings, shopping centres, restaurants, hotels, etc. Involving female customers in the decision of where to put charging points has been important in the rollout of this network. By having a gender policy that looks at every revenue stream in the business, private sector companies can place the gender lens in decision-making and have an inclusive focus on women. Accessibility and affordability are especially important in the area of climate change, as often upfront costs for energy conservation or alternatives to fossil fuels become prohibitive, creating nice to have but not essential products or services for both men and women. With the Caribbean region having a prevalence of single female-led households, other necessities take prevalence. Yet because they are leading households, women have a major role to play in sustainable household practices. Electric vehicles are an expensive example, but even lower cost, energy efficient investments such as swapping to LED lights, which would save women money in the longer term, are still unlikely to be a priority over feeding the household, regular bills, childcare expenses, and other expenses around the threat of hurricanes, compounded financial pressures from the ongoing COVID pandemic. Of the last 100 electric vehicles sold by Megapower Limited, 29% were to women or women-owned businesses. For a customer previously spending $300 US per month in gas or diesel, they're now able to just spend $100 on electricity, covering the same distance. Electric vehicles are the only vehicles that can support our island grid and promote refueling from renewable energy. Megapower is the newest member of the Barbados Car Dealers Association, and data is shared on types of vehicle and monthly sale targets amongst members. But this is not broken down by gender or types of financing. And I feel this data could contribute to policy making and inform business decisions. Back in 2013, there were very few finance companies and insurance companies in Barbados willing to finance and insure electric vehicles. The interest rate for financing electric vehicles has dropped from 8% in 2013 to as low as 3.5% this year. And that is in line with internal combustion engine vehicles. Public awareness, education, and product familiarization has been a large part of this. Megapower has been working with General Accident Insurance Company on an electric vehicle specific insurance policy. And I mention them because it is notable that they are a predominantly female-run insurance company here in Barbados, and they're also new, so they opened maybe in 2019. And to date, local insurers have used standard comprehensive motor wording to cover electric vehicles. And because of this, the policies are silent on whether risks associated with certain component parts, such as charging infrastructure that may operate separate from the vehicle, are covered. This could lead to ambiguity in the event of an accident and a damage claim. And Accident General is looking at really rewording that, and we hope to work with other insurance companies beyond Accident General, but also looking at female-specific insurance and really measuring the risk profile of women and specifically electric vehicle drivers that are female. It is well documented that climate change has a disproportionate impact amongst women and girls. Its impact can increase women's workloads and limit access to resources, decision-making, mobility, healthcare infrastructure, and rights. However, in the private sector, we can integrate gender equality into our business. We can create effective partnerships with public sector and academia to work on gender and climate change decision-making and initiatives. We can work on gender mainstreaming into climate change efforts and into climate financing, technological development, and mitigation. Here is where best practices, data sharing, and continued public awareness is so important. And I thank you, UNIDO, for giving me this opportunity to briefly share what we are doing here in Barbados. I'd love to hear from each and all of you, so please do reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Joe Edghill for giving us so much insight into, first of all, private sector issues and getting adoption, but also what I think is a very important field of study is really taking the empirical evidence and the data. So now we're going to talk to Amin Erfanian Daneshvar, who's project coordinator, energy systems and infrastructure division at UNIDO. So you and your team are receiving the GEM Award also for an organizational initiative, notably for the development of a gender baseline reporting system that enables UNIDO to facilitate identifying and addressing gender issues in electric mobility projects. So congratulations to the award, but could you please describe to us what kind of reports this tool produces and how it helps increase the knowledge on gender issues for stakeholders working in e-mobility?
Mr. Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start by a quote from Steve Jobs that he said, "Sometimes the first step is the hardest one, and we've just taken it." Our automatic reporting system simplifies and takes that first step for gender analysis, for electric mobility projects, and for all countries. Just by clicking the name of each country, you could have more than 600 gender indicators for the last 10 years in different dimensions, including population, education, health, economy, environment, social protection, and so forth. And it also generates the gender baseline report for electric mobility in word narrative format. As you know, there are many databases in different organizations like UNESCO, ILO, World Bank, UNDP, UNICEF, UNIDO, WHO, and so forth. And searching and finding all the needed information is a time-consuming task, which is being repeated and repeated for every single project. We collected all the databases in one integrated tool. Just to let you know about the scale of our tool, it contains more than 3 million coded and tagged information inside. Our reporting system is also smart in a way that it could figure out what is the latest date for each specific indicator and load the latest information. Our system goes further and smartly finds out if the gender circumstances gets better or worse and make the narrative report descriptively, which could save the time and energy for searching and analyzing and writing the reports. Let me answer the second part of your question by presenting a shocking statistic. According to WHO, every day approximately 810 women die from preventable causes related to pregnancy and childbirth. Based on the Asian Development Bank Gender Toolkit, many of the maternal mortalities could have been prevented by appropriate mobility, timely access to transport, and reduction of time and distance to health services. This is only one of the hundreds dimensions of gender in transport. As you know, we are in an important era now to transfer from an old traditional transportation system to more environmental friendly electric mobility. And our reporting system facilitates, simplifies, and accelerates UNIDO gender analysis so that the new transport investments could be designed with due consideration to gender dimensions. I would like also to take advantage of this very specific event to thank all our UNIDO team members, especially Ms. Alexia Kujus, Ms. Katarina Pogosler, Ms. Manasa Suwash, and especially Mr. Mark Drake, who provided the opportunity for me to work on such an interesting project. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Director General. God bless you.
Thanks very much to both of you. And yeah, again, congratulations for your award. And sadly, because we started a bit late, we're going to have to skip the Q&A. We're very sorry, but of course, you can still feel free to write things in the chat. Perhaps there will be the possibility to answer you at a later time. In the meantime, we've heard now about initiatives surrounding supporting entrepreneurs, women in the workforce in general, but also in the energy sector in particular, and in e-mobility in particular, down in Barbados as the last example. And all three of these winners, first of all, deserves congratulations, but also will need to continue their efforts in order to really have a lasting impact and really make for sustainable change. So I'd like to say a big thank you to our panelists and congratulations on the success of their initiatives so far. And now we come to the GEM Awards, and for that, I would like to welcome the Director General of UNIDO, Yi Long, to the stage.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Also, previous speakers, I enjoy very much those conversations and also some of the explanation of what you have done. But as an official statement, I just would like to close this event with following messages. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is great pleasure to closing this event with the second UNIDO Gender Equality Mobilization Award ceremony. The award will be given to the teams that stand behind the interesting initiatives that have just been presented in the panel discussion. We all heard of that. The award was established in 2018. It recognizes outstanding achievement of the UNIDO personnel who went the extra mile in prioritizing gender equality, women's empowerment, and gender-responsive approaches. The awarded initiatives catalyze our efforts to alleviate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and build a better future for our industries, economies, and society. They also support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, especially Sustainable Development Goal 9 on industry, infrastructure, and innovation, and Goal 5 on gender equality. It was a very difficult task to select 3 teams to receive the award from the 21 excellent nominations received. I really appreciate our teams has done such an excellent job, but difficult job. I therefore would like to express my appreciation to all nominated teams for their dedication. So please slides, you will see the list of nominations. I also would like to extend my appreciation to all UNIDO personnel for their continued commitments to our joint responsibility of the advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women in our work, because it's really from strategy to the operation down to the field, and you see to our member states and the local community. As you know, the advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women is at the core of UNIDO's mandate. Our vision is that women and men equally lead, participate in, and benefit from the industrial development. Let me highlight that 3 initiatives that received the award can serve as examples and as a basis for future activities. In the category Technical Cooperation Projects and Programs, the Gender Equality Mobilization Award goes to the Madagascar Field Office team for the implementation of the 3rd pillar of the UNMPTF program entitled Reinforcing Surveillance, Case Management, and Infection Prevention and Control in Support of Madagascar's COVID-19 National Response Plan. This program illustrates the fruitful partnerships at the national level to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women. We could see the slide. Excellencies, colleagues, in the category normative and convening initiatives, the Gender Equality Mobilization Award goes to the team that steered multi-stakeholder gender and energy compact. The compact was launched at a high-level dialogue on energy at the UN General Assembly and is a joint initiative of UNIDO, Energy, and a global women's network for energy transition. Please, slides. In the category Good Organizational and Management Practices, the Gender Equality Mobilization Award goes to the team that took the initiative to develop an automatic gender baseline reporting system for electric mobility projects. Slides, please. Also applause. Congratulations, and thank you very much for your dedication towards ensuring that gender equality in industry becomes a lived reality. Colleagues, friends, every year we try to have this kind of award. It is one of the important events for our General Conference, and we will keep this momentum ahead. Because I'm also, as I already mentioned, this is my final opportunity to express my appreciation to our team. Our gender mainstream team in UNIDO contribute a lot to our implementation of UNIDO strategy, gender balance and empowerment of women. And also I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt appreciation to our donor, Finland government, Ambassador of Finland here, and also other donors for their contribution to our efforts to make men and women equal in all areas of life, of work, and the global agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us and being a great audience. We've heard so many inspiring things today, but gender equality is an ongoing effort and it won't be solved overnight. So thank you also to the panelists and all the best for their continuing efforts. And thanks to you as an audience, let's keep empowering women and girls as we emerge from the pandemic. And I thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of today's session.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 8th Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development Forum, Partnership for Socio-Economic Recovery, organized by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. My name is Folie Batibo, and it's my pleasure to be your moderator and to welcome you to this important forum. Now, ideally, we would have liked to hold this event in person, of course, but due to the extraordinary circumstances as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the new restrictions imposed here in Austria, we've had to reduce the number of in-person participants and hold this event almost entirely virtually, but I assure you that it will be just as dynamic, just as exciting, and just as informative. Now, we're here today to discuss how multi-stakeholder approaches, including the successful UNIDO Program for Country Partnership, PCP, can galvanize socio-economic recovery and contribute to countries' efforts to build back better from the devastation caused by COVID-19 as part, of course, also of the UN Decade of Action Plan. Now, I realize that talking about recovery at this time might be a bit premature or even optimistic, especially in light of the recent news that shows that we're clearly not quite out of the woods yet when it comes to this pandemic, but we still have to look ahead. So we have brought together high-level government representatives from PCP countries who will be sharing their first-hand experiences and lessons learned, as well as partners from the UN development system, international and regional organizations, financial institutions, and other development partners to share their views and experiences. Now, we hope to leave here today with concrete steps and actions to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states. Before we begin, a few housekeeping matters. Our live stream is available to all viewers with interpretation in the 6 UN languages. And you can, of course, be part of this conversation wherever you are in the world today. Connect with us on all social media platforms, and don't forget to use the hashtag ISIDForum8. And at the end of our discussion, at the end of our panel discussion, I will kindly ask you to stay in the room for those of you here in Vienna, or to stay connected for those of you participating virtually for the signing ceremony for the PCP Zambia. UNIDO is thrilled to have Zambia as one of the newest members of its program for country partnership. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Mr. Lee Yong, for his opening remarks.
Always need to take off mask. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a great pleasure to be with you today and to welcome you to this year's Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development Forum. As we gather for 8th edition of this forum and my last one as Director General, I cannot help but reminisce about how this forum started and the wonderful speakers and series we have had during my time at the UNIDO. And as I mentioned, this is a really very good feeling. I still remember very clearly, we organized the first ISID forum back in 2014, and in context of the renewed organizational mandate for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and the impending adoption of 2030 agenda, and a clear vision that we must strengthen multi-stakeholder partnerships to mobilize the varied resources to support countries in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, all goals 17, and in particular Goal 9. We brought together key thinkers, policymakers, government leaders, and the UNIDO development partners to exchange the knowledge and the views and to help us develop a cooperation model at the country level, one that centers on partnership to accelerate ISID. And this new approach became known as the UNIDO Program for Country Partnership, the PCP for short, which we have since piloted across each region of the globe and institutionalized the flagship program for UNIDO member state. We continue to learn from experiences with PCP expansion to more countries. Today, this portfolio has grown to 12 countries. Excellencies, distinguished participants, 12 countries. It's a great success in move ahead with those countries. Well, Nigeria recently becoming the newest PCP approved for development. It's a really enjoyable process to have Nigeria to join this group. One such experience that we have gathered is the importance of the ownership. Each PCP is therefore led and owned by the respective governments, and we are honored to have on our panel today the distinguished government representatives of Egypt, Peru, Senegal, Zambia. All those countries are visited, all leaders are met, and the line ministries are met, discuss this important PCP programs. And each PCP is at a different stage, and each program is tailored to specific needs of the country. That means, in other words, it's in line with national priorities. And Excellencies, we look forward to hearing your experiences and your vision for the PCP in your country. And let me take this opportunity to welcome that distinguished representatives from our other PCP countries who are also watching and listening online. I also look forward to the signing of the PCP Zambia program document at the end of today's forum. And this marks the important milestone, and I commend the government of Zambia for its vision and the leadership as we finalize its PCP's program phase. And we are excited to continue our support towards the next stage of our collaboration. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the title of this year's forum is Partnership for Socio-Economic Recovery. You all know the socio-economic recovery because of the pandemic faced by all the countries. In this regard, we have seen the multidimensional and varying levels of impacts of COVID-19 across regions and countries. We have experienced varied severity of the health emergency, have been differing national responses, and the pandemic has highlighted that socio-economic resilience to this crisis is also tied to a country's industrial capacities to absorb such shocks, adapt, and contribute to inclusive, sustainable post-pandemic recovery. What we have seen more than ever in this interconnected world is that no single country or entity can address the pandemic on its own, let alone reboot progress towards our shared sustainable development goals that we face together. We must solve together. International cooperation and coordination must be strengthened UNIDO is a committed partner in the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development. We will continue to support multilateral and country efforts to build back better and stronger and sustainable through the integrated approaches, combining our technical expertise, policy advice, normative support, and convening function, including through our partnership-centered PCPs. I'm therefore pleased that our distinguished panelists today optimize the different elements of this partnership, bringing in the complementary expertise and the resources needed to contribute to the national socio-economic recovery efforts and the scale-up development impact. These same partners have been with us since the beginning of the PCP. I'm thankful for your strong support and commitment throughout the years. In closing, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is only with your constant support and by working together that we can move past these challenges, also challenging times, and build a better future for all of us. I therefore look forward to the outcome of our deliberations here, and also congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lee Yong, Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Thank you so much, Director Lee, for your remarks, and thank you for your leadership of UNIDO over the past 8 years. We wish you success in your future endeavors. Thank you very much. So what is the future of industrial policy, and what role can the public and private sector play in driving economic growth and innovation, including responses to the COVID-19 pandemic? Well, to answer this question, I would like to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker. Ms. Mariana Mazzucato is a professor at University College London and founding director of UCL's Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Ms. Mazzucato advises policymakers around the world on innovation-led inclusive and sustainable growth. Please welcome Ms. Mariana Mazzucato. The floor is yours, Ms. Mazzucato.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope you can hear me. Let me just do a quick check.
We can hear you loud
and
clear, and your video looks great as well.
Fantastic. So it's a great honor to be speaking to you. I hear a bit of an echo. I hope you don't hear it. About this whole question about partnership, because it's a word we often use. We often also in the world of industrial strategy, industrial policy, use the words like innovation ecosystem, industrial ecosystem. But I believe we have failed to define what kind of partnerships and what kind of ecosystem we need to build in order to actually direct an economy towards achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development. So if we want a goal-oriented system, as opposed to just, say, leveling the playing field, we need to tilt it. We need to tilt it by actually rewarding certain kinds of behaviors, but also really framing the policy itself as not just fixing markets, but actively shaping and co-creating a very different type of economy. And the word partnership, unfortunately, is often a bit of a lazy word. You know, anyone who has a partnership, you know, whether they're married or not, will know that not all partnerships are great. Well, it's the same thing with public and private actors, or even with the relationships between different public actors. And so I really believe that the more we can actually bring metrics and rigor to the word, so for example, to know when we have a partnership that is truly symbiotic, truly mutualistic, and not, for example, parasitic. We can have parasitic partnerships, as all biologists will know. The greater we will actually advance in framing our policies to actually deliver on goals. And can I just say, you know, to be a bit provocative, right now with the situation we have with the vaccine, it's not enough to have vaccines. The goal must be to vaccinate everybody in the world and to make vaccines globally accessible, both in terms of how we actually innovate and produce vaccines, but also, of course, how we distribute them. And here, I fear to say, in the world of health, innovation, and the broadly defined health ecosystem, we have unfortunately had parasitic ecosystems. Just in the United States, for example, we have the government investing something like $40 billion a year on health innovation, and yet the prices of the drugs don't reflect that. We have something called value-based pricing, which literally makes prices go to whatever the market will bear, which then the welfare state might subsidize that, but it means that the taxpayer is paying once, twice, 3 different times. We have also allowed intellectual property rights to get abused. Often patents are too wide, used just for strategic reasons, too strong, so hard to license. And what is being patented is often too upstream. So the tools for research are actually being patented, which is not what patents were meant to do. So whether we look at digital platforms, health innovation, or climate-related investments, it's not enough to pour money into the system. We actually have to govern these processes towards common good metrics. And I think that will help us build better partnerships. And the situation we currently have, which Dr. Tedros of the World Health Organization has called vaccine apartheid, where in many countries only 3 to 6% of people have been vaccinated, and something like 80% of the doses have actually been hoarded by 10% of the countries. It's really important both to have immediate solidarity, but also to learn how to produce, innovate, and distribute in radically different ways. And for sure, at least in the vaccine case, starting with the intellectual property rights is a good place, but that itself is not enough. And so what I've been thinking about quite a bit is how do we actually build a goal-oriented economy, and what is the new role for industrial strategy in that? And the first place I often begin is that we need to not focus on sectors. We know sectoral capacity is very important, but we shouldn't be focusing on kind of picking different types of sectors to support, or even different types of firms. You'll know that there's a lot of emphasis, for example, on small, medium enterprises. What's actually needed for a more market shaping and a market creating approach is to be very ambitious and bold on choosing the problems that we're going to solve, and then designing an industrial strategy so every sector becomes part of the solution in terms of the investment and the innovation that's required, but especially the intersectoral collaborations. I just wrote a book called Mission Economy that unpacked this idea in terms of even seeing what got us to the moon 51 years ago. It wasn't just aerospace. It required huge amounts of investment in nutrition, materials, new materials, electronics, and software. And whether it's climate change, whether it's the digital divide, none of these areas can actually be solved by a couple different sectors innovating, like renewable energy. We need every sector, whether it's tourism, mobility systems, nutrition, construction materials, and so on, to truly be part of that solution. But that's much easier said than done. So I've also become very interested in this concept of the deal. Now that we talk about things like the Green Deal, what does it actually mean to be really ambitious with the new type of social contract that we actually require between different sectors, but also different actors in terms of public and private? And for this, I think we should just kind of backtrack again and say, if we're trying to solve problems, what does it mean to, again, bring different sectors to the table, but also to redesign the instruments we have, and every government has, from procurement contracts, grants, loans, public finance provided through development banks and multilateral development banks, to truly kind of crowd in lots of experimentation towards goal-oriented solutions. And one of the things that NASA did when they were trying to get to the moon, the first thing they had to do was actually to change how procurement was being done. They found that the very static way of just kind of handing out money to whichever firm would come in to sell itself was not getting them the quick solutions they required to get to the moon and back within that short period of time. So they changed the procurement contracts from being cost plus to fixed price, like a prize scheme, but with constant incentives for innovation and quality improvement. So the procurement was based on a goal, but very open on the how. And they also had a really interesting clause inside the contracts that was about no excess profits. The idea being that if this was going to be truly a collective endeavor with different public and private institutions, the kind of socialization of the risks which were, being taken because it required lots of different interactions between different organizations, should also be matched by kind of socialization of the rewards. In other words, not turning it into a gambling casino, as I would argue is what's happening today in the healthcare sector, where billions are currently being made on the back of vaccines, which were truly a collective effort between public and private. They also immediately changed their own organization. On the back of the Apollo 1 fire, they realized that a lot of the failures they were experiencing were due to a very siloed approach to how to work. So they brought in George Mueller from Bell Labs to set up these project managers, each with their teams, but the idea was that the project managers had to constantly interact. If we think about, there we go. If we think about the challenges that are being faced by many governments, where each department works in its own silo, as opposed to that interdepartmental alignment between health, energy, but also how the treasuries think, that too, I think, is a huge lesson. But coming back to this issue of the deal, there's something about, if we're going to truly collaborate, and of course we have to collaborate between public and private and different types of public and different types of private towards the Sustainable Development Goals, what does it mean to transform these 17 goals and the 169 targets beneath them into kind of moonshots and missions that truly require different sectors? And what does it mean then to have a different form of partnership, coming to the key theme of this session? And here, I think what's really interesting that we're witnessing with COVID-19 on the back of trillions that are being poured into the system now globally due to the health pandemic, is that we need to make sure that the money that is being poured in actually, first of all, lands on concrete structures, something that didn't happen with the financial crisis, where we introduced lots of liquidity in the system to save capitalism, but a lot of that money went back to the financial sector. But we also need to make sure that we maybe get much more creative with the kinds of conditionalities that perhaps are required in order to build these more symbiotic and mutualistic partnerships on the ground, on the back of the public money that is going in for different types of recovery schemes. And here I think it's quite interesting to see, for example, that in France, the finance minister put conditions attached to companies like Renault and Air France. They couldn't receive the bailout money without actually committing to reducing their carbon emissions over the next 5 years. Or even pre-COVID, the public bank in Germany put conditions attached to the loan that the KfW provided to the German steel sector. They had to agree to lower their material content in order to get that public loan, which they did through repurpose, reuse, recycle technology, not because they went to Davos and talked about purpose, but because they had to in order to receive that loan. And again, if we think of the health industry, where so much different types of public monies are put in, what does it mean to create conditionality around the intellectual property rights, around access, but also around the direction of that funding, so we make sure that it doesn't just go into areas that are easy to profit from, but really key areas around vaccines, which we now talk about with COVID, but ignored for so many decades, and also AMR and so on. And I think that in the end, and this is my last point because I think my time is up, all these issues around kind of a goal-oriented system where we have private purpose and public missions coming together, but really actually be creative with this concept of a deal with strong conditionality at the center, so it's a symbiotic deal. This is all about putting the concept of stakeholder value, which is out there as a sexy word, at the center of the system itself. Not just as, say, a corporate governance, a gimmick to talk about corporate social responsibility and ESG targets, which are very important, but actually at the center of a system. And how do we actually create value differently? How do we do so with a pre-distributive lens, getting the conditions right in the first place, precisely so we avoid having to pick up so much of the mess later by fixing market failures or redistributing income, which was distributed wrongly in the first place, not taking into account this real need for creating collective intelligence between different actors. So thank you for listening to me. I was told I had 10 minutes. I've gone to 11, so I will be quiet now. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mariana Mazzucato. Thank you. It's so interesting to hear you talk about this. I think we could listen to you for hours. Thank you so much for being so engaging on this topic. Mariana Mazzucato, a very timely speech there that highlights really the important role the public sector has in creating inclusive and sustainable growth that is driven by innovation and industrialization. And Ms. Mazzucato raising really the important issue, as you heard in the beginning of her speech there, of vaccine access, vaccine equity, waiving intellectual property rights, which I can't believe we're still talking about today and still debating today, a year and a half into this pandemic. But this all, and what we've heard from Ms. Mazzucato, leads us perfectly into our panel discussion now on the important subject of multi-stakeholder approaches that leverage the complementary resources and initiatives of various partners, such as UNIDO's PCP, to advance ISID and help countries recover from the pandemic, as well as reboot progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. But as Ms. Mazzucato said, we're faced with the reality of COVID-19 and its socio-economic impacts. So this conversation is undoubtedly in the context of the challenges that have emerged or that have been made worse, that have been exacerbated by this ongoing global health crisis. UNIDO's Director General, Mr. Lee Yong, in his opening speech, highlighted the importance of strengthening international cooperation and coordination. No institution or country can do this alone. So we have to embrace a multilateral approach to face these challenges together, as Mr. Lee said, head on. And as we've heard from Ms. Mazzucato, governments require dynamic capabilities and capacity, including the capacity to adapt and learn, the capacity to align public services and citizens in order to respond to the pandemic and prepare for future pandemics. So, the questions we're asking today is how can multi-stakeholder approaches help countries recover from COVID-19, and how does UNIDO's program for country partnerships support member states in advancing socio-economic recovery and accelerating inclusive and sustainable industrial development? These are some of the key questions we'll be now attempting to answer in our panel discussion. We have 1.5 hours for this session, and let me now introduce to you our distinguished panelists. With us from Cairo, we have Her Excellency Ms. Rania Al-Mashat, Minister of International Cooperation for Egypt. Her Excellency is representing the government of Egypt, and in particular the ministry which oversees a varied portfolio of more than $25 billion, which supports Egypt in achieving its national development goals, the Vision 2030, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Also with us, His Excellency Mr. Chipoka Mulenga, Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry of Zambia. Zambia, as you heard from the Director General, is one of the newest PCP countries. It has finalized programming and will officially sign the PCP document at the end of this panel discussion. Joining us as well is Ms. Lisel Huanca Palomino, who's the Vice Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises and Industry at the Ministry of Production for Peru. Peru is the first PCP country in the Latin America and Caribbean region, and in implementation now for several years already. With us from Senegal is Mr. Adama Baye Racine Jai, le Sénégal donc, qui est l'un des pays pilotes du programme de partenariat.
Senegal was one of the initial PCP pilot countries, and the esteemed speaker represents Senegal today with us.
Assistant Secretary General for Development Coordination at the United Nations, the UN Development System, UNDS, through UN country teams, supports countries in advancing their sustainable development agendas, of course. With us as well, Mr. Abdou Mukhtar, Director of the Department of Industrial and Trade Development at the African Development Bank, who's here on behalf of the Vice President for Private Sector Infrastructure and Industrialization at the African Development Bank. And Mr. Antti Karhunen, Director for Sustainable Finance, Director General for International Partnerships at the European Commission. The European Commission, a very active partner and donor in many PCP countries, and is a long-standing and major funding partner for UNIDO's projects. Welcome to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Very good to have you with us on this panel discussion. Ms. Rania Al-Mashat, let me start with you, if I may. Tell us how your government, the government of Egypt, with multilateral and bilateral partners through the PCP, is achieving the country's economic and development ambitions. Tell us about your experience with PCP in Egypt.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be with everyone. The PCP is a very important framework. It shows country ownership, it shows collaboration and coordination, two words that were mentioned very extensively in the opening remarks and in the keynote. The PCP provides a horizontal coordination framework, and with the governance of the PCP led by the President and the Prime Minister, with the stakeholders, both among different ministries that have input, as well as with the other international institutions to create complementarity. So the PCP for us is very important, as you mentioned, for building back better. The industrial sector is one that requires a few key words that we are hearing globally: digital, green, and the youth. So when we talk about having the digital economy observatory, this is something that is happening under the PCP. When we also talk about, on the policy front, having a national observatory on industry, this is also something very important. And there's a lot that's happening on technical capacity for small and medium enterprises on digital and green skills, which is extremely timely and extremely important. So we're very happy with the coordination and the collaboration that we're having with UNIDO on the PCP.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rania Al-Mashad. I'll come back to you in just a few minutes for more information about the areas of focus for the PCP in Egypt. Je vais venir à vous, Monsieur.
Now, I turn to you, Mr. Adama Racine Ndai. Could you speak about your experience in Senegal, please? How has the PCB contributed to mobilizing public and private resources to support growth and the structural transformation of Senegal?
Monsieur Ndai, vous nous entendez?
Mr. Ndai, can you hear us?
Well, as you can imagine, there are a few connection issues. We'll give Mr. Ndai a few more seconds to connect with us. We heard about the experience from Egypt there. We'll come back to it in a moment. In the meantime, as Mr. Ndai connects with us, let me move on to Mr. Abu Mukhtar from the African Development Bank. It would have been great, of course, to hear about the Senegalese experience, which I'm sure we will in a few minutes. But tell us how the African Development Bank is working with this program, how you're working with private and public partners as part of these various projects.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe you can hear me fully.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
So, just a shout out to UNIDO on their 55th year anniversary before I start, and also to Director General Lee Young. Really, thank you for everything that you've done. You know, you've been a great friend of the African Development Bank, but also you forged a lot of these partnerships with African countries. So we really appreciate all the work that you've been doing. Now, you know, the African Development Bank, has 5 priority areas. One of them is actually industrialization of Africa. So we have a 10-year strategy, 2016 to 2025. And the goal is really to scale up and accelerate Africa's industrial transformation. In the last couple of years, 5 years, we've spent at least $8 billion on industrial projects in both, supporting public sector, but also the private sector. We have a number of initiatives that we do, including promoting industrial policies, improving access to capital, access to markets, enabling business environment, and so on. One of the big things in that strategy is, of course, partnerships. And we're really happy that through the partnership between UNIDO and the African Development Bank, we've done a lot in a number of countries. UNIDO, when you look at the strategy, the industrialization strategy of the bank, and you look at the PCP program for UNIDO, there is a clear alignment. There's really just, basically trying to do the same things. And therefore, partnership was really, really important that we don't duplicate our efforts. We signed in 2018 a partnership agreement with UNIDO, just basically to step up our cooperation and promote industrialization across the continent. And we look at being basically in the last few years, been looking at 2 particular areas. The first one is given UNIDO's expertise in policy design, in operations, but also in developing the tools and knowledge products for industrialization. We found their experience very, very helpful. So we partnered in countries like including Morocco, Ethiopia, Senegal, and Egypt, basically to support these countries to develop industrial strategies and knowledge products around economic zones. The second area is SCPZs, the staple crop processing zones that we call agropoles. And again, UNIDO has very strong technical expertise in this to develop these agro parks, and we've done work under the PCP partnership with UNIDO in Ethiopia, in Senegal, and in Tanzania. To be very specific, in Senegal, for example, we've with UNIDO have done feasibility studies for 4 SCPZs, the staple crop processing zones. This was actually identified by the government of Senegal as part of what they call Imagine Senegal Imagine Plan, and that's it showcases the partnership. So is a country of Senegal, is the Africa Development Bank, and then is UNIDO. So it's a tripartite agreement, and this is already also integrated in the UNIDO PCP. So we've done the feasibility studies. One of them was so successful that was highlighted in the 2019 Africa Investment Forum that we organized. We've done also another study on mining hubs, again, a feasibility study with UNIDO, but also for Senegal, we've actually developed a joint national industrial policy with UNIDO. In Tanzania, and I'm getting to the end of this, we've also done a partnership to develop an integrated agro-industrial development program. We call it the LEC zone, Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone. Is very, very important for Tanzania within the context of their industrialization strategy. So UNIDO, working with the government, they're able to source local and international consultants. They've done field studies, stakeholder workshops, but more importantly, they provided oversight and quality assurance for this. This project in Tanzania is actually in our lending program in the bank. And so there is a connection between whatever the outcome of these studies and this partnership we're doing with UNIDO resulting in direct investment projects in Tanzania and beyond. So I'll stop here. I have much more to say, but I'll come back. Thank you.
So quite a number of large-scale industrial infrastructure development projects that the African Development Bank has invested in. My microphone wasn't on. I'll start that again. I was saying quite a number of large-scale industrial infrastructure development projects that the African Development has invested in. You cited there the example of Tanzania and Senegal. Hopefully, the Secretary General rather from Senegal is back with us. Monsieur Ndiaye, est-ce que vous êtes?
Are you online with us now, Mr. Ndiaye?
Monsieur Adam Ndiaye.
Mr. Adam Ndiaye. We will try again. I wanted to hear about the experience of Senegal because the representative of the African Development Bank has already touched on some of those interesting projects. We will come back to the representative of Senegal.
Piper and Ms. Rania Al-Marshat, I'll come back to you in just a few minutes because I understand that you have to leave us in about 10 minutes or so. I will come back to you right after I bring in Mr. Robert Piper, who's Assistant Secretary General for Development Coordination at the United Nations. Mr. Piper, tell us about your experience and your cooperation, how this cooperation is playing out at the country level, and how does UNIDO's PCP basically link with the UN Sustainable Development Goals?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to join you. Thank you for this honor, and good afternoon to everyone sitting in Vienna. I'm very pleased to kind of put on the record the important role that the PCP is playing, both as a support to the wider UN efforts to reposition the UN to be more and more effective in supporting governments on their road to 2030. And I hope a two-way street. I hope the reforms that we're also doing at the United Nations are also, in a way, consolidating the effectiveness of UNIDO and the PCP program in particular. We embarked on very ambitious redesign of the UN development system in 2017, the Secretary General laid out a vision of where we needed to be as compared to where we are today, listening to messages from our member states. The goal has always been the Sustainable Development Goals. How do we get there faster? How do we support governments on their journey to 2030? But lots of specific feedback from member states about the need to be more project and strategy oriented, that we needed to be more integrated in the advice and that we offered to governments, more integrated, that we needed to be more active on the economic and productive side of the development equation, and that we needed a more robust analysis of who's being left behind and, very importantly, why. And whilst this idea of who's being left behind is really, in a way, the leitmotif of the Sustainable Development Goals, it comes with a recognition that all the best ideas in town on social protection systems and safety nets and basic health and education will remain only ideas if countries do not have a robust economy, that don't have a robust private sector that's generating tax revenues for governments to fund many of these social projects. So a real shift, in a way, in approach that's been introduced over the last few years. Through the work of the Development Coordination Office that I lead, we've placed economists in all of our 131 resident coordinators' offices around the globe. We're working much more closely with the financial institutions like the African Development Bank, the World Bank, the IMF, and so forth. Our country analyses, our common country analyses in all of the countries we serve, which is done periodically, now have a much stronger economic emphasis in their analysis. And we're reaching out more effectively to some of where our capacity is on the economic equation. I'm thinking of UNCTADs, of the economic and social commissions in the regions, the International Trade Center, the Telecommunications Union, and of course UNIDO, which has a bench strength on the productive sector. So we're seeing those agencies becoming much more active in the UN country team work, especially those that are not typically represented at the country level, but now can be much more with the use of virtual technology, but most importantly, a realization on the UN system side that a lot of our strength lies in Vienna, in Geneva, in New York, and not necessarily always locally. So the PCP really does reinforce this vision of a new UN development system supporting countries on their SDGs. And I'd mention perhaps four where it's very clear. First, I think this very clearly, the PCP responds to this thirst from our governments for a more active UN system in this economic and productive sectors. Obviously, PCP is about industrialization. We heard about the example in Egypt, where the PCP is focusing more on the manufacturing sector. In Ethiopia, I'm well aware of the work of the PCP around integrated agro-industrial parks. In Peru, we may hear about these investments in the circular economic model or the circular economy. So first and foremost, PCP really does respond to this need for stronger emphasis on the economic piece. Second, we love that the PCP kind of reflects our reform ambitions to facilitate an all-of-society response to the SDG task. This is these multi-stakeholder platforms, the idea that you really do need to draw on everyone, public, private, the IFIs, the traditional aid and bilateral aid donors, of course, host government tax revenues. We need to bring all of those efforts together. And we like the fact that the PCP is innovative in the way it has brought together, for example, it's mobilizing funds from different streams, from government, from the joint SDG fund in certain places, and of course their own resources. So this is also, secondly, I think, a great feature of the PCP. Third, and we heard this message loud and clear, I thought very clearly from Professor Mazzucat, the PCP model really is promoting a much more integrated model of development policy. We like its horizontal approach. I can talk of Cambodia, for example, where the PCP is focusing on agri-value agro-value chain development and industrial diversification. But we see this cross-cutting effort to connect up with environmental sustainability, climate change, women's economic empowerment, and so forth. This much more horizontal approach. And fourth and finally, we see that the PCP is really trying to mobilize or leverage a cross-section of the UN's assets. So not just beyond outside the UN, this whole of society approach, but trying to draw on all of our assets within the family. In Zambia, which we are, I think, focusing on a lot today, we see how the PCP and UNIDO have invited many other agencies of the UN country team to participate. In Cambodia, again, a great Swiss-funded joint UN program under the PCP that includes UNICEF, UNESCO, ILO, as well as UNIDO, and shows that the ability of the UN system to come together around a complex development challenge. In short, we think the PCP is a great model. It's advancing very nicely. It aligns very well with our ambitions of a repositioned UN development system targeting support to governments on the road to 2030. We just need more PCPs now, and it's very much time to scale them up. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Piper. More PCPs. I hope the Director General has heard that. Thank you very much, Mr. Piper, for giving us their concrete examples of how the Programme for Country Partnership reinforces the efforts of the United Nations in achieving its Sustainable Development Goals. Before I bring in the Vice Minister from Peru, I'd like to come back to the Minister of International Cooperation for Egypt, who has to leave us in a few minutes, unfortunately, Ms. Rania Al-Mashat. We heard there Mr. Piper talk about how Egypt's focus is on manufacturing, but unfortunately, this is one of the sectors which has been greatly affected by the pandemic and the impacts of this health crisis. What lessons do you think Egypt has learned from the crisis, and what key opportunities do you see emerging from this pandemic that can help your country build back better and build back stronger?
Well, I think one of the key takeaways for all countries is the importance of supply chains and also trying to strengthen regional supply chains. Another very important takeaway is that reform is a continuous process. If it weren't for reforms we did pre-2020, the situation would have been much tougher. And that's why, despite the pandemic, the government has pushed ahead with structural reforms on the manufacturing industrial sector, in the ICT sector, in the agriculture sector as priorities. So those are two very important takeaways. Something else that we have been trying to do at the Ministry of International Cooperation is the alignment and the complementarity across development partners when it comes to their support on different projects and financing within the country and across ministries. And we do this through multi-stakeholder platforms. We've also done an exercise where we map the official development assistance or the development finance to the SDGs, and this was extremely important. The SDG number 9, which has to do with infrastructure and innovation, actually comes second place with close to 25% of the total portfolio. And this also sheds light on what gaps exist and what we want to do going forward. And finally, trying to create a narrative which is consistent and aligned across development partners. And here, in the spirit of leaving no one behind, people are always at the core. And that's why through the PCP, when you're talking about pushing forward the agenda on youth, the agenda on SMEs, the agenda on technical assistance to push these and help the small firms, people are truly at the core. And then there are projects in action, projects that are either sovereign, private sector, or PPPs, the partnerships with the private sector and the government. And then finally, having purpose as the driver, or the SDGs being the driver, given the decade towards the achievement of the 17 SDGs. So there's plenty that we've taken away, all of us, and maybe even though your opening remarks shed light on the difficulty with respect to coordination on vaccines, but I believe that when it comes to development finance, when it comes to climate issues, etc., there has been a lot of push towards trying to work globally together to solve many of the issues that face us on a national scale, but every national problem or challenge is an opportunity to add to the global goals as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Rania Al-Mashat. Again there, the issue of working together, coordinating together. We wish you really successful implementation of all your projects in Egypt. Thank you very much, Rania Al-Mashat, Minister of International Cooperation for Egypt, who unfortunately has to leave us now, but we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today on this forum. Let me now bring in Ms. Lisel Huanco Palomino, who's the Vice Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises and Industry at the Ministry of Production for Peru. Ms. Lisel, hopefully you can hear me. I know you're going to be speaking in Spanish. Translation is available once again for all of you who need it, including myself. From Peru's experience over the years, Ms. Huanca, please tell us how the PCP is a different approach to industrial development cooperation. Ms. Lisel Huanca, can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone attending the forum. The PCP has contributed and continues to contribute to our design and implementation of innovative industrialization projects. And it has allowed us to use technology in a sustainable and inclusive way, generate new opportunities and spaces for business development. It has allowed us to increase and improve productivity in key sectors of the national economy and to obtain an important impact on, in particular, our MSMEs as the basis of Peruvian business fabrics. And this is particularly relevant as we try to recover from the economic and social crisis caused by COVID-19. Speaking of shared and coordinated work under the PCP means speaking about a vision of the future and generating new opportunities and spaces for business development. We strive to do this through the prism of transformation focused on green industry in order to help our companies to increase their competitiveness and access new markets while placing them on an equal footing with any companies around the world. The PCP also helps us to allow our businesses to use new technological resources in harmony with the environment and have a positive impact. The projects developed under the PCP are contributing to the challenge set jointly by UNIDO and Peru, namely achieving inclusive and sustainable industrialization in our country. It has informed our work and has allowed us to include close cooperation when it comes to developing assessments and new policy framework proposals. It has informed our interventions in sectors selected from Peruvian industry and has allowed us to build capacity and training in the public and private sector and also engage in technical exchanges with UNIDO in Vienna and with national technical counterparts. It has also allowed us to mobilize resources and partnerships to generate new initiatives closely aligned with the priorities and objectives set by the government of Peru. This shows the power and the benefits of the PCP program in Peru. You can rest assured that we will continue to work along these lines.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much to Ms. Lisel Huanca Palomino, Vice Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises and Industry at the Ministry of Production from Peru, for sharing her country's experience there with the Program for Country Partnership. I'd like to bring in His Excellency Mr. Chipoka Mulenga now, Minister of Commerce and Trade and Industry for Zambia. Zambia, of course, being one of the newest PCP countries. There's a signing ceremony, as you know, at the end of this discussion. Mr. Chipoka Mulenga, Minister, how do you envision the PCP for Zambia accelerating your country's achievement of its development goals? And you know, you've started implementation of the program. Tell us what your priorities are.
Well, Moderator, I have to thank you for that question. I should also thank the earlier speakers that have well explained how PCP has been very beneficial and inciting to see the African countries and other countries to develop. And I should mention that this question is very important to me, and it quite comes timely, considering that I will be signing the PCP for Zambia later this evening, a clear indication of our commitment as a country and that of UNIDO to advance Zambia's industrialization strategy and program. Well, I should make mention of the broad policy direction of the government, the new government that we have in place today, that reflects the economic transformation agenda to deliver on the national vision and the aspiration of the people of Zambia to foster greater inclusion and poverty reduction. So this is quite very important to us. And I should also make mention that government expects that industrial sectors to play an important role in the economic transformation and thus maintains ownership of the PCP at the highest political level to ensure alignment with the country's industrialization agenda. As you may be aware, part of the policy that my government has set is to go the industrialization way. And we are going to start this path of industrialization by setting our policy in trade and investment. And through trade and investment, we are focusing on value addition to our products that we have. And this includes agro products, mining products, among many other products that my country has always been doing. So I think this will be a very, very great milestone for us to achieve, and we are looking forward to making this a reality. And I must mention that a very high level commitment is being demonstrated by the Republican president himself of Zambia, His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, who has accepted to be a third industrial development decade for Africa champion. This shows how committed as a country we are with the PCP that we are just about even to join after the signing in ceremony later this evening. I should also make quick mention that the skill development component of the PCP is also a priority for Zambia in enhancing industrial productivity, which would spur industrial advancement in service delivery and production in the country's emerging industrial market. You know, whether we like it or not, in the absence of skill, we may have the vision, we may have the ambition to industrialize, but if we don't have the skills locally that we need, then this can be a far-fetched dream. So as a country, we are looking forward in investing heavily in skill developments, capacity building, workshops that will develop the human capital that we have to manage the industrialization path that we are just yet to undertake. I also have to make mention that PCP is therefore an engine that we are looking for to provide a framework for Zambia to build its human capital with appropriate requisite skills, responding to labor market demands. You know, when you industrialize, definitely there will be a huge labor market demand, but we need to prepare this market demand that is supposed to manage, that is supposed to sustain and keep building the industrial capacity that we are looking for. So it is quite critical that we really need the PCP framework that builds the human capital to prioritize, or rather to appropriately manage the industrial sector that we are focusing on building. And currently, the Zambia Industrial Training Academy project, supported by UNIDO and other cooperating partners, is underway to support employment through skill training in the mining and related industries like agriculture, production sectors, and many other areas. So we are very, very excited about the PCP inclusion that we are just even yet to witness later this evening. And I must also indicate that another important aspect of the PCP in accelerating Zambia's development goals is its focus on value addition in various sectors, like I mentioned earlier, like agriculture. And we're not only limiting the value addition into agriculture, we are also extending it into the mining sector. You must understand that for a very long time, over 50 years, Zambia has always predominantly limited itself to extractive kind of industry, where we extract minerals and export them in their raw form. We have got rich timber with varieties ranging from mukula, mukwa, and many others, which are, and rosewood, which are of high value and demand in many other sectors, just we export them as logs, just in their raw form. When you talk about the cash products, maize, which we can develop into cereals like cornflakes and many others, we export them as grains. So now a time has come when we have tried to change our policy as a government and go to value addition sectors where we are going to encourage foreign direct investments and local direct investments to set up industries in this country where we're going to give value addition to our products. So I think your question is just timely, and our signing the PCP agreement today is just something that is so timely, and we are so excited that we will be doing this today. Well, I must mention in my conclusion that harnessing the potential of the agricultural sector and even the mining sector to advance industrialization in Zambia through the development of agro-industries can significantly contribute to the country's economic structural transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Chipoka Mulenga, for your remarks. I know UNIDO is also very thrilled to have Zambia as one of the newest PCP countries, and I think it was very important that you highlighted the need to invest in human capital and invest in skills in order for this program to succeed. Thank you very much. I'll be coming back to you in just a few minutes. I believe now that we have reestablished our connection with the Secretary General of the Minister for Industrial Development of Senegal, Mr. Adama
Baye Racine Ndiaye, Secretary General, Ministry of Industrial Development and Small and Medium Industries, Senegal. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you very well. Excellent. Just a moment ago, the representative of the African Bank mentioned Senegal. Can you please tell us about your experience in terms of leveraging public and private resources in support of Senegal's economic growth and structural transformation? Thank you very much. I thank you for this very timely question, to the extent that we are currently evaluating the PCP in Senegal, which was launched in 2015, just after the adoption of the Plan for an Emerging Senegal, which is Senegal's landmark socio-economic development plan running up until 2035. Industry is a key part of the PES, and the PCP was designed as an instrument for implementing the industrial part of the plan, in particular Thrust 1, which seeks to structurally transform the economy. Specifically, I think to better appreciate the salience or relevance of the PCP, we have to have a reference. Think about 2015 and the industrial portfolios, finances and partners which were mobilized. In 2015, in the Ministry of Industry in Senegal, had one partner, one institutional partner, which was UNIDO. In 2021, we have several partners which are working with the Ministry of Industry, including the African Development Bank, as the representative had just said. We also have the European Investment Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, also cooperating with Belgium, Germany, Italy, China. We also have other partners which are involved in the horizontal component of the PCP. How does this work, this mobilization of partners? And what has it resulted in? Well, we've been able to mobilize significant funding needed for the implementation of structural projects underlying the socio-economic development of Senegal. These include industrial platforms, agropoles. The representative of the African Development Bank mentioned the regional mining hub. There's also special economic zones. Furthermore, Senegal has a new industrial policy which has been financed by the African Development Bank and which has been approved by the head of state, His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall. When it comes to the African Development Bank, we think that they are our main financial partners. They have committed over $200 million to support the the agri-poles in the north and south of the country. The Islamic Development Bank has committed $27 million. Belgium has committed $22 million. The EID has committed $100 million. And on top of these donors to the agri-poles, we've had other donors, including Belgium, Germany, the World Bank, Japan. They've been helping us to implement these projects related to these agricultural poles in the areas covered. The other project that I wanted to highlight now, very quickly, is the industrial platforms, in particular the Diamniadio platform. When you go to the airport in Senegal, you can see this place from the airport. It was funded by the state of Senegal to the tune of $43 million. The second phase has been funded by China. They've contributed $112 million, and the second phase came to a close in July this year. These are the structural projects which have allowed us to garner private support. Indeed, public finance and funds have been mobilized, but how do we actually get funding from the private sector? Well, when it comes to private sector funding for the South Agro Pole, we think it's around $114 million. And in the Central Agro Pole, we've managed to raise a similar amount of money. Another important part of the PCP in this project is job creation. It's a very relevant issue, which indeed affects all developing countries. Jobs need to be created for young people and for women. The industrial platform of Diamniadio aims to create 30,000 jobs, and in the southern and northern agro-poles, we've created around 60,000 direct and indirect jobs. I would like to use this opportunity to pay tribute to the Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for the outstanding work he's carried out steering UNIDO. And I wish him all the best in his future career. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Njai. Thank you for speaking about Senegal's experience and for giving us the example of various regional and international partnerships which have been mobilized to support your country in its various projects. Thank you again. I will come back to you very soon.
Word to Mr. Antti Karhunen, who's Director for Sustainable Finance at the Directorate General for International Partnerships of the European Commission. We've heard a lot about partnerships, Mr. Karhunen. That's, I think, the key word here today. As a partner institution which is actively involved in and funding various development initiatives in PCP countries like Senegal, as we've heard, how does this model, in your view, complement the EU's efforts when it comes to supporting sustainable development in other regions and also when it comes to achieving progress towards the UN's Sustainable Development Goals?
Thank you very much, Chair. And on behalf of the European Commission, it's really an honor to be here. I would like to say that UNIDO is really a long-standing partner, very important collaboration that we have with UNIDO. And we also want to say that we are so devoted to multi-stakeholder approaches, and the PCP program is really an excellent example of this, and in our joint effort to try to achieve the SDGs. Of course, the challenge is huge. I mean, if in 2020 official development assistance was altogether about 161 billion, and at the same time the estimated financing gap to achieve the SDGs is around 2.5 to 3 trillion in our developing partner countries. We have a lot to do. Of course, this means that the private sector and its investments is absolutely crucial to fill this gap. Whether we talk about COVID-19 recovery or whether we talk about transition towards inclusive green economy and digitalization. So let me say a few words about how our EU experience is on this and where we're heading. We are looking at this collaboration from three main dimensions: some supply, demand, and enabling environment ones. So on the supply side, we're looking really forward to advance industrial development, support infrastructure and digitalization, develop renewable energy sector, and improve competitiveness of our partner countries. And I'd like to mention our budgetary guarantee instrument. So over the next several years, we will in fact provide a guarantee capacity of some 40 billion euros through our development finance institution partners. And this will be, of course, a significant firepower to support the supply side. On the demand side, we're helping to shape markets. We facilitate trade. We facilitate regional integration, such as, for example, African Continental Free Trade Area effort, and try to support the value chains, making them more sustainable. And thirdly, on the ecosystems, enabling environment, we are really trying to help strengthen regulatory frameworks and also work to develop skilled workforce and improving investment climate. Let me just say two examples where we are heading. First is an example from Africa. We are working now on something that we call Investing in Young Businesses in Africa initiative, announced by our President Ursula von der Leyen in this spring. And the idea is that we will provide substantial sustainable financing and technical expertise from the EU and our member states so that we can address the key bottlenecks that hold back young entrepreneurs and small business owners across Africa from starting and expanding their businesses. And the second example I'd like to bring forward is in fact something that also the Professor Matsukato referred to, and this is our initiative on manufacturing and access to vaccines, medicines, and health technologies in Africa. So the idea is to help create an enabling environment for local manufacturing in Africa. In fact, we have very important collaboration and cooperation going on in Senegal already on this. And this will be backed by 1 billion from the EU budget and also the EU development finance institutions such as the EIB. And we're looking for our member states also to contribute further. So with UNIDO, we can do a lot of things. The PCP program for us is a very valuable tool that can help leverage the complementary resources and initiatives of various partners, including from the private sector. We already work very closely with UNIDO. We have a project portfolio of some 200 million ongoing, and for example, on the PCP, we are working closely in Senegal and Cambodia. On Cambodia, this is about fisheries and improving the competitiveness and diversifying the economic sectors in the country. So this cooperation on PCP is important for us, and we really look forward to continuing our partnership with UNIDO towards building back better And the program really offers an excellent opportunity to continue this collaboration. So thank you very, very much for being able to participate in this discussion today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Antti Karhunen from the European Commission, for sharing your experiences with us as far as PCP is concerned. Thank you very much. Well, let me now come to you, Mr. Abu Mukhtar of the African Development Bank. Mr. Karhunen talked about the AFCFTA there, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And many have hailed this as the opportunity for African countries to increase cooperation and to increase trade. As we look at the pandemic, of course, many challenges have emerged as a result of this global health crisis. But what do you see as the opportunities for Africa, the African continent, as a result of this pandemic? What lessons do you think Africa can learn from this? And, you know, can an agreement like AFCFTA move the continent forward when it comes to global trade?
Thank you. I'm glad to be back. You know, just talking about the pandemic, just to put things in context, you know, the pandemic has wiped out $145 billion of cumulative Africa's GDP. You know, prior to 2020, Africa was growing at about 4.6% in terms of GDP growth. 6 out of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are actually in African countries. We had projected a 5.8% growth in 2020. We ended up with a minus 2.1. So this is a huge crisis. It's the worst recession on the continent in the last 50 years. So things are looking up, but I think that Mariana really said it all when she said, you know, equitable access to vaccines is really critical for restoring lives and livelihoods on the continent. So where do we see the opportunities? You know, it's often said, never waste a good crisis. I had to say COVID is a good crisis, so I usually paraphrase this to say, never waste a monumental crisis. We've learned a lot of lessons from this, and I think that there are opportunities also for future growth. First, you know, a couple of people have touched on this, but there is a need to build industry value chains. So in the African Development Bank, for example, we've identified about 5 key areas, priority sectors that we feel like we should help countries develop. One is agro-processing, and many people have talked about the SAPZs that we're doing. We're spending a lot of money. We just approved recently the Senegal project that was mentioned in Senegal. The second sector is gas beneficiation. So the whole, instead of, you know, all the gas resources on the continent, you know, moving those into industrial value products, fertilizers, for example, and so on. Again, typical example in terms of the value chains that we're trying to develop, you know, the cotton, textile, garment. You know, collectively, Africa produces a lot amount of cotton, a big chunk of coffee, a big chunk of cocoa, but we don't produce, you know, the end products in terms of like chocolate, you know, textile products and garments. So we're trying to set that. We see a lot of opportunity in the ICT sector. The fourth industrial revolution, we feel, is an opportunity for Africa to actually do a lot. We've lost out, and we really have been playing catch up in the first 3 industrial revolutions, but with the 4IR, we believe that there are a lot of opportunities that Africa can participate in terms of technological innovation, bringing about financial inclusion. But with COVID also, we see the increasing role of technology in education, in provision of healthcare services. You know, so that's one area we wanted to advance. Now, the last area that I want to say, pharmaceuticals. Again, one of the things we've done in the bank, we've developed what we call a 2030 vision for the development of Africa's pharmaceutical sector. And I know the last speaker, Mr. Antti, has mentioned some of that. But we intend to spend $3 billion on the continent over the next 10 years. The idea, if you look at it now, Africa imports at least 70%, about 70% of the essential drugs that we consume. This is not sustainable. The lessons from COVID is that we need to at least develop some minimal level of security of supply of essential medicines and vaccines. In terms of vaccines, we import 99% of the vaccines that we consume. The Africa CDC has an ambition to increase that 1% to 60% by the year 2040. We are supporting that. So we've done a study where we really identified what we call a strategy pillar, but also three main enablers of the strategy, and we'll be happy to share the study. But again, the goal is to reverse that 70% of drugs that are imported to 70% of drugs that are actually developed and manufactured locally on the continent by 2030. We have a very clear plan, but one of the, again, one of the key elements of that plan is partnerships. And Mr. Anti again talked about EIB, with whom we are working. We're working to support, for example, in Senegal, the project that he was talking about with Institute Pasteur in Dakar. To develop, technological know-how so that they can increase the amount of vaccines that they can produce. Two other areas before I close. Infrastructure is absolutely key. Is a basic enabler for industrialization. So in the bank, we're focusing in the infrastructure space, two areas: power and rail and road. So in terms of power, we have in the last 5 years spent about $7.2 billion in the power sector. We're also developing a program we call Desert to Power, which is a huge $20 billion program that will create the largest solar zone on the continent, probably in the whole world. Will generate about 10,000 megawatts of electricity that will supply 250 million Africans in 11 countries across the Sahel. This is a project that is already going on and we're already rolling. So in addition to solar power, we're also doing additional, renewable energy. So our goal in the bank, which is to provide really real leadership in terms of climate change and green development, and therefore 85% of all investments that we'll be doing in terms of in the power sector will be green. Will be renewables. So rail and roads, this is absolutely important. And Foley, to come back to your question about the continental free trade area, absolutely huge, a game changer for the African continent. $3.3 trillion of GDP, 1.3 billion people. The AFCFTA will be the largest. It is the largest, actually, single trade area since the establishment of the WTO. It's a big game changer because in the bank, we don't see the CFTA really as a mere trading zone. We see it as a manufacturing zone. So our goal is really to help countries to identify areas where they have comparative advantage and be able to develop the kind of products that will need to be eventually traded within the CFTA. To get the CFTA properly in place, you need to integrate better. You need regional infrastructure, and that's why we're focusing on rail systems across countries, roads across countries. We spent in the last 5 years about $16 billion in infrastructure. We'll continue to do that to support the CFTA. Two final things that we're doing. We establishing what we call the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. And what we've seen, again, from the lessons of COVID is that the young people and women are disproportionately affected by the negative impact of COVID. So targeted interventions to support them. Young people, we're establishing regional banks that we call the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. One of the reasons is because young people really are generally excluded from the financial system. They don't have the ability to have collateral, to borrow, to set up businesses, and so on. So we're trying to do that. So I'll say I exceeded my time, so I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yes. Hopefully my microphone is on. Yes, it is. Thank you so much for giving us all those examples. As you say, a lot of opportunities for Africa in this fourth industrial revolution. Infrastructure, nonetheless, is still key and is still a challenge for many African countries. And I guess the successful implementation of the Africa Free Continental Area really hinges on that infrastructure, one of the most important things. Let me come to you, Mr. Mulenga, and ask you the same question I asked. What lessons do you think we can draw from this pandemic, from this health crisis, and what opportunities do you see emerging, not just for your country, Zambia, but for the continent of Africa as a whole?
Well, there are a lot of lessons that we have to learn. One thing we must understand is no country has been spared from the effects of the pandemic. Like right now where we are, we're talking about the fourth wave, which everyone has been cautioned. And a number of countries, including mine and many other countries, being put on the red list, which is something that should draw concern. Concern must be drawn by any reasonable and responsible government and its citizens. We have taken it so serious as a government where we had an emergency ministerial meeting last night, and a statement was issued by the Minister of Health herself to encourage the citizens to take the vaccine. You know, one thing we must understand is there's been a myth regarding vaccines. Every time vaccines come, not only COVID-19 vaccine, even polio way back, including yellow fever and many others. Just before, when something new has come up, it comes with myths and many other things. But as government officials, cabinet ministers like myself, we even took the lead after a thorough research by our medical personnel who have looked at the vaccines which have been developed in Western countries to see what side effects they could have, what effects they would have, what good they can subject the patients to. So these are the things that we have looked at, and cabinet ministers took the lead by the president himself, who was the first one to demonstrate, and took the health minister herself to take the jab. So that is something that we really need to focus on and encourage our people. Because truth be told, vaccines are there, and vaccines are meant to help people. So as a government and as a country, we've drawn lessons that it must be something that we should take seriously, and responsibility must be every person's core business. Safety is number one, because we can think about going industrial way, industrialization, we can sign all the PCP agreements, but if we've got an ailing economy that is not focused on safeguarding themselves from not only the COVID-19 pandemic, but even other health concerns, then the dream of industrialization can never be done. The Millennium Development Goals of 2030 and many others targets that we've set can never be achieved. So as a country, we've even gone an extra mile to start manufacturing, like I mentioned earlier, of value addition. You know, we've always had breweries running. We are not just only going to limit ourselves by brewing liquor and many other things. So we are encouraging even these sectors to manufacture things like hand sanitizers, among many other things that can be used to prevent the spread of COVID, as much as we are doing also the sensitization programs to many of our citizens. But we must understand that capacity building is critical. We need to set up forums and platforms where we need to sensitize not only our residents in this country, but even them that are trying to migrate from their countries of origin to come and do business in our country, to come and visit their relatives, to come and do some tourism sector adventures in our country, that we have to create now online platforms where we have to sensitize them on the need to be wary and very cautious of the spread of the virus. But in as much as COVID is here with us, we are not going to stop the agenda to industrialize. And that's why, like I said, we have to focus on the e-commerce kind of sectors, build infrastructure that will help us set up this kind of trading facilities that will be done online. So this is kind of lessons that we have drawn and initiatives that we want to come up to overcome the challenges of the pandemic that we have right now, among many others. So more we'll be discussing as we go. Thank you very much.
Indeed, COVID will not stop the agenda for industrialization, you say. Very, very optimistic point of view there, and very good to hear you have those that positive thought. Ms. Lisel Huanca from Peru, your thoughts on the lessons that we can learn from this pandemic, and what opportunities do you see that have emerged from this health crisis? Of course, there are many various challenges, but what about the opportunities?
La necesaria, bueno, en el marco de la pregunta.
So, in terms of the question in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, we can't lose sight of the importance of policy-based responses that will allow us to achieve objectives set forth by the international community to build back better. Undoubtedly, these need to include dimensions such as sustainability. A recent ECLAC analysis has shown that it's a combination of environmental and social policies in hand with economic and technological policies that we can drive new development for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean and reach our objectives. Against that backdrop and taking into account the limitations that have been imposed on our public services, national responses need to go hand in hand with the concerted response by the international community. In the context of Peru's PCP, we have various stakeholders working towards this objective. We have managed to validate our roadmap for a transition to a circular economy. We are also striving to craft a model for Peruvian industry which will facilitate an ordered and sustainable use of industry in Peru. We are also incorporating a criteria of sustainability within our industrial park structure. In general, this will allow parks that are part of this system to be part of UNIDO initiatives. We are building capacities for different stakeholders within our system to ensure that our efforts to build back better and recover can be replicated in different systems and different sectors. In this regard, we're striving to improve our capacities. In the same vein, we are striving to ensure Peruvian industry is sustainable. We note that initiatives under the PCP are allowing us to transition towards a circular economy, which reconciles paradigms of development and environmental protection. In this way, we are putting an end to the false dichotomy and the false belief that low carbon means growth can't be achieved. SECO from Switzerland have also proved an important partner for us, and we have engaged in an assessment around the circular economy in terms of Peruvian industry. This has allowed us to identify the sectors with best potential and to enshrine them in our policies and programs to achieve a circular economy. In the same vein, we are also seeking partners to continue the second phase of the work that's been undertaken with UNIDO in the context of Peru's PCP to expand our network of centers for productive innovation and technology transfer. We are implementing strategies relating to eco-industrial parks effectively, and these are in line with the roadmap I mentioned earlier. We're seeking to incentivize sustainable industrial production. UNIDO has provided support to us throughout to develop new policies in Peru. We must note that manufacturing has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has potential to bounce back thanks to its use of technologies. Undoubtedly, there's renewed interest in industrial policies as a key part of strategies to anticipate vulnerabilities and to respond to unusual circumstances. Countries will move towards recovery at different speeds, depending on their capacities, as they strive to build more resilient societies. What's vital then is to continue to work on policies that allow us to have a concept that UNIDO disseminates, and to ensure that that countries can achieve that recovery. Industrial policy is vital in this regard, as we strive to strengthen domestic markets with a productive infrastructure that's more oriented towards higher value-added activities. which use more technology. Our goal is to achieve the general prosperity of our societies. To conclude, I would like to state our intention to continue to harness the potential of the PCP model in order to work towards these objectives, and in particular to build back better, and working with UNIDO to achieve this through our PCP. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Ms. Lisa Huanca, Vice Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises and Industry for Peru. As the Minister said there, the Vice Minister rather, countries will move at different pace, at a different speed when it comes to recovery. Mr. Piper, let me come to you, and I'm going to ask our next speakers to please keep your interventions brief because we're almost running out of time. If you could keep your interventions to just about a minute, that will allow us to get everyone to say a final word before we wrap up this panel. So, Mr. Piper, Ms. Huanca from Peru there talked about how countries, of course, will move at different speed when it comes to recovery. What areas do you think countries should focus on as we hopefully soon move into the recovery stage of this pandemic?
Yeah, I think we were quite successful in the early phase of the recovery at recognizing with our governments that the problem was much larger than a health problem. And I think we moved quite quickly to look at protecting jobs and the economies, protecting essential social services, looking at social cohesion, macroeconomic factors. But we heard some of these extraordinary numbers, $140 billion loss on GDP in Africa alone. And so with all of our best, I think, attempts in the short run, whilst we have some extraordinary numbers, and I have lots of big numbers, we assisted at the UN almost 250 million people last year in essential services. 1 in 10 children in the world were assisted by the UN in remote learning, for example, during the height of the crisis. But the big questions are indeed for the longer term. And I'm excited by what I heard today, actually, in the last few minutes about some of the long-term vision. I think that is where we are coming to now. To what extent are we going to shift consumption patterns at the back of this crisis as we recover? To what extent are we going to harness the digital economy? To what extent are we going to build social protection systems and learn the hard lessons from COVID? To what extent are we going to fix the multilateral system? Think about how we approach risk collectively, how we approach intellectual property collectively at moments of crisis. We have the beginnings of some exciting patterns. We've seen in Guatemala, the UN and the World Bank looking at the role of food value chains and agro-industry in the recovery process. With the bank also and UNICEF and others, we're working on new social protection systems in Guatemala, very much informed now by the COVID recovery process. In Uruguay, the recovery process has been more focused on the energy transition and figuring out how to take advantage of large investments in the sector to decarbonize the industry and transportation sectors. Very exciting in terms of changing consumption patterns and the carbon footprint of the country. In North Macedonia, certain reforms were made to social protection systems, reducing the barrier, if you will, to eligibility, that now look like they're going to be, if you will, legislated for the long term. And in Uzbekistan, we've had a major streamlining and digitization of the social protection system, along with UNICEF and the World Bank very much in the lead. So we're seeing the beginnings of some long-term thinking on how to turn this crisis into an opportunity. But I think it's true to say, as a number of speakers said, we're still very much caught in the early recovery process, yet to be able to really confidently look at the long term and focus beyond a few weeks, even a few months from today, unfortunately. But this is got to be the key question now as policymakers turn to the next phase of this recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Piper. Thank you. And indeed, we're not quite there yet. There's still a bit to go until we get to the recovery stage. Monsieur Ndiaye du Sénégal, je viens à vous à présent.
Mr. Ndiaye from Senegal, just in 1 minute, could you tell us what lessons that you think we can take from this pandemic? What opportunities arise from it? Of course, we've spoken of the difficulties related to it, but in terms of reconstruction, what are the sectors we should focus on. Thank you. I'd like to firstly stress that at our ministry, we have undertaken an assessment. The results of the assessment show that almost all companies, over 92% in fact, have seen COVID impact their activities. That assessment has also shown that in areas such as agro-industry and others, almost all businesses were negatively affected by the health crisis, whether it be in terms of supply of raw materials or equipment, distribution of products, production, investment, and even availability of labor. Apologies for interrupting, says the moderator. We have heard the difficulties. What are the opportunities for building back? Could you give me a couple of examples, please? Yes, I'll get to that. And I would speak once again about the guidelines the head of state spoke of in terms of our post-pandemic recovery plan. He said that in that we need to focus on food and pharmaceutical sovereignty. I've spoken already about our Agropole initiatives, and these will play a role here when it comes to pharmaceutical sovereignty. Senegal, in this regard, has a development strategy for the pharmaceutical industry. Through that strategy, the objective that we have in mind is to ensure the local production of 50% of our needs in terms of medication and other health products by 2025. I'm also happy to inform you that Senegal will start producing vaccines against the COVID-19 virus through the Dakar Louis Pasteur Institute. We will be able to produce 300 million doses per year and strive to produce vaccines against other illnesses too. Congratulations to Senegal and thank you very much. So as you have just heard, Senegal will start to produce vaccines, and we have heard about pharmaceutical sovereignty. I thank you for that.
Almost at the end of this panel discussion, what lessons and what opportunities do you see arising from this COVID-19 health crisis that will help countries build back stronger and build back better?
Thank you very much. And, I'm going to be very, very brief. I think that one lesson that we have learned is that as we build back better, we really must ensure that we really build resilient economies back. And this means that we need a long-term vision which requires scaling up support to investments and manufacturing capacities. It requires public-private dialogue so that we can identify together the key constraints and opportunities with the private sector. In this respect, I would just like to make a small advertisement of our EU-Africa Business Forum to be held on 16 and 17 February 22 that brings together a lot of the African and European business community. So it's a very important event. As Europe, EU, together with our member states, we really are working hard together to be more transformative and use our collective firepower and effort to help build back better. And last, with UNIDO, UNIDO has specific knowledge and experience and competitiveness on sustainable industrial development and on many other aspects that we now need. So we are very keen to continue and develop further this important partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Karhunen. So a long-term vision, as you say. Thank you all for a very insightful discussion. We unfortunately have to leave it there for now. At this time, I'd like to invite member states wishing to intervene and make a statement and who are participating virtually to just do so by simply raising your hand in the Interprefy platform, and then the team here will communicate your request. But we only have a few minutes left, so please make it very, very brief. And when you intervene, just a reminder to insert your name, your title, and your country, the country that you're representing, in the chat box, and the teams here will communicate that information to me, and I'll be happy to give you the floor for 30 seconds or so. We have our first intervention. It's a recorded video message from His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Shide, the Minister of Finance for Ethiopia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me begin by thanking UNIDO for inviting me to participate in this high-level forum of global significance, and particularly my good friend, Director General Lee Yong. To give a little bit of background about the experience from Ethiopia, UNIDO and the government of Ethiopia have started the program for country partnership PCP in 2015 in support of the country's economic development plans and strategies. Since its launching, the PCP has become an important model for fostering partnerships in Ethiopia, providing room for all partners, government and development partners, to constructively engage through the PCP. It also allowed the government to access knowledge, resources, and expertise from a variety of partners. Thanks to this effective partnership model, Ethiopia has managed to significantly enhance its capacity to handle major industrial infrastructure development and industrial capacity building programs by actively engaging in partnerships and multilateral cooperation and working with UN agencies, development finance institutions as well. We are now investing heavily on agro-industrial parks and specialized industrial clusters, including advanced textile industrial parks and SME clusters around the country, Mojo Laser Industrial Park, and the 4 pilot integrated agro-industrial parks, 3 of which have recently been inaugurated in the course of 2021 and open for business to produce agricultural processing products that meet global quality standards. In the last 5 years, over 1.9 billion USD has been mobilized, and a whole range of critical technical and professional support provided in a concerted manner in support of modern industrial infrastructure development. Let me conclude by acknowledging the long-time unwavering support of UNIDO in Ethiopia's quest to build an industrial economy. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. We thank the Minister of Finance of Ethiopia, Mr. Ahmed Shide, for his remarks, and I would now like to give the floor to the representative from Morocco. Please bear with us as we connect with Morocco. Is the representative from Morocco with us? As we wait, I'd just like to remind all of you who are joining us virtually that right after this discussion and the intervention from member states, we'll have the signing ceremony for the PCP Zambia. We hope you stay connected for that. The Director General, Lee Yong, is still with us, and it's just a matter of minutes now before the signing ceremony. Hopefully the representative from Morocco is now connected. Apologies, this is the virtual world, as you know. It's been like this for the past year and a half. We deal with it, we're used to it now. Hopefully it'll happen very shortly. And just to remind all of you who are joining us virtually, if you want to intervene once again and make a statement, just raise your hand on the Interprefy platform, or just send a message in the chat box telling us your title, your name, the country you represent, and we'll be happy to give you the floor. We just have a few more minutes left for an intervention. Hopefully the representative from Morocco will be able to join us. Yes? Excellent. No Morocco. Cambodia. Okay, the representative from Cambodia is with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. You have just a few minutes, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yes. I have a short statement on behalf of my senior minister who has an urgent and asked me to read his statement on his behalf. So, His Excellencies, Director General, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to represent the Royal Government of Cambodia in today's event, the 8th Inclusive and Sustainable Inclusive Development Forum, which is a great opportunity to meet, discuss and exchange knowledge and experience with other member states and partners on the matter of advancing ICT and the socio-economic recovery in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Through the Program for Country Partnership PCP in Cambodia and with the active support of UNIDO, we have mobilized and will continue to mobilize blended funds to implement the key priorities of the PCP, which will contribute to achieve key priorities area of the economic recovery plan and in the long run to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I would like to express on behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia our sincere thanks to UNIDO for the joint effort in supporting Cambodia under PCP implementation through inclusive and sustainable industrialization by facilitating public and private investment, international financial institutions, grant and loans, knowledge exchange, and technology transfer, and more, which is totally aligned with the Industrial Development Policy 2015-2025 of Cambodia, or in a few words, to realize our ICT goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarun from Cambodia, for your remarks, and many thanks to all of our keynote speakers, our distinguished guests, our panelists who've shared with us today their first-hand experience, lessons learned, and insights on how we can transform and help nations build back better as we navigate through the pandemic and towards the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you to all the member states who have intervened. I believe we have no more interventions. Thank you very much to the member states. And now the concluding segment of our forum, the official signing ceremony of the Program for Country Partnership for Zambia between the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Lee Yong. Director General, please proceed. And the Minister of Trade for Zambia, His Excellency, Mr. Chipoka Mulenga, is joining virtually, and he will be signing virtually at the same time as Director General Lee Yong.
Okay, I'm ready to do the signing.
Director General, yes. Minister, stand by. Director General, Minister, please proceed with the signing ceremony. Please proceed.
The date should be on the side here. Yes.
And there you have it. The Director General has signed the PCP for Zambia. And Minister, if you can show us as well. Thank you. Thank you for showing us the document. Excellent. Thank you and congratulations. Congratulations to Zambia for taking ownership. And now we turn words into action, Minister. Thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you for signing. Thank you, Director General Lee Yong. Thank you all for taking part in this 8th ISID forum. I would like to thank UNIDO and all those behind the scenes who organized and worked on this conference despite incredible challenges. I think you've done extremely well. You can be proud of yourselves. Thank you to Director General Lee Yong once again for being with us today and for the signing ceremony. Congratulations to UNIDO and all of its teams, and to Zambia as well. I think your efforts have paid off, and we appreciate you bringing us all together today for this forum. Thank you once again. My name is Foli Batibo, wishing you an excellent evening. Thank you very much for taking part.